Okay. All right. Let me get these links up first. So I actually have quite a bit to go up. I put in too many words on this. Let me get these links up first. Wait, my sound is very muffled. Wait, my sound is very muffled. Oh God. Oh, of course you were going to hear that when I was doing that. So that was rough. How's it sound now? One second. Hello, hello, hello. That sounds better. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I need to actually rewrite this. I just need my keyboard to cooperate with me. There we go. There. And then that link is good. And then link one, link two, link three. Okay, that's enough sound testing, Jesus. Okay, there we go. All right. And assuming that all went up correctly, hello and welcome back to that town we all see in our restless dreams. So, it's been a month. Actually, I think been more like 5 weeks. Uh, I could probably check that, but I think that's pretty much what we're dealing with. Uh, it has been a month since Silent Hill 2 Remake came out. Um, and what a month it has been for all of us embracing and trying to come to terms with the fact that this shit wasn't a complete train wreck. Because boy, was that a megaton load for me to carry. Like I will admit, fully and utterly and completely, I was so, even with all the people that I really thought were gonna really dig into this thing, ending up loving it, I was quite thoroughly stunned at the final result as well. I was shocked, I was flabbergasted, I was beyond stunned that what we actually got ended up as good as it is. Um, so I mean, like Jesus, I have a hard time even thinking of what I would say about like the fact that this game was just as incredible as it was. Yeah, we started streaming it on the 8th. I technically finished it on the 11th, which I believe was technically after Metaphor had fully released. I think yeah, that's right. I kept playing through it until it was done. But other than that, an entire Metaphor playthrough has passed since now and then. That was 153 hours and 55 minutes, I believe. That's at least that's what the save told me. I'm sure that as far as actual streamed footage, it was more. How do I sound right now? Again. Um, so yeah, that was big enough already. Uh, there was also a good 30 to 40 hours of Sonic X Shadow Generations, which was fantastic, despite my disappointment to the final boss of Shadow because of a certain song that they failed to play that I thought was the most like obvious shit in the universe. But whatever, what do I know? But yeah, Oh, also, yeah, I also just finished Dead Rising 2, or sorry, Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Why did I say 2? It's Dead Rising 2. I think Dead Rising 2 might just be in my brain cooked. Like that is what I say when I think of Dead Rising because I love Dead Rising 2. I like it more. I like Dead Rising 2 a lot more. Um, doesn't quite feel like Dead Rising without combo weapons anymore to me. But to be fair, Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster was phenomenal. So good. Um, so that was quite a bit of stuff. Oh, also Alan Wake's Lake House DLC was splashed in there too. Lots of stuff. Big month. It was a big fucking month for streaming for me. I can't imagine it'll ever be quite that many knockout releases back to back to back to back to back like that for me ever again. Um, Nevertheless, we are back for the promised New Game Plus run of Silent Hill 2. Um, but this is going to be more than I actually originally promised. Because I think I originally, well, during the original playthrough, I was saying, yeah, it's going to be like 4 or 5 extra playthroughs. And I was pretty dead set on that at the time. And I do think that would have still been, I still have ways I could have made that exciting. But at the same time, I have to admit, uh, finding out there was a way to do a strong majority of the endings in a single run, which will be this, was very, very exciting and also quite relieving in another way. Um, so um, that in and of itself is going to be exciting. So what we're primarily here to do is I will be going for all of the New Game Plus specific endings. Um, and we're going to be so that includes actually more than I originally promised because I originally said we weren't going to do the Rebirth ending because I just didn't really care. But it turns out that's actually quite easy to bake into this. So I feel like there's no reason not to do it. There will be some save manipulation at the very end for the sake of getting through all of this a little faster. There will be some save manipulation at the very end. So we'll be using that to get 5 endings. So last time we did In Water. This time we will be doing the Rebirth ending, which is again the one that I'm deciding to add on. I was originally not going to. We're doing the UFO ending, of course. We're doing the true ending. Oh, sorry, wait. I'm reading this slip of paper wrong. For some reason, it's written incorrectly here. It says the dog ending for some reason. I don't know why it says that. It should correctly say the true ending, but yeah, I don't know why that says that there on my notes. Weird. Anyway, and after those are done, also, listen, since we didn't get Maria or Leave, we will be attempting to, because it is possible throughout the course of this run to also get one of those, as long as I'm healing a lot and stuff like that, right? So if, I'm gonna kind of try to get that Maria ending as well, and bake that in here if I can. If I get Leave, then that's also fine. But primarily, this is about the New Game Plus endings. We'll see which one the game wants to toss me if I don't do the requirements for all of them, and then we'll go back and do, the ones we're actually here for. If for whatever reason I get In Water again, then we're just gonna run that back and not even bother, So I'm not particularly worried about that. But yeah, so those are the main ones we're here for, and also the 2 brand new endings, which are Bliss and Stillness, which I have been unspoiled on the contents of. I have seen that one of them involves him being in the car again. I've seen a certain hand in a shot that I wish I had not seen, but it has been a month. It's been 5 weeks. I guess I can only blame myself for not doing this sooner. Fair enough. But to be fair, I dragged my feet on Metaphor a lot. That game did. It admittedly, yes, it was 153 hours. So I went through it slower than most people did. I would not have taken my time more for anything in the world, though. I enjoyed every minute that I spent. I feel like I did all that I could. I was really happy with everything that I did in there. yeah, I wouldn't change that playthrough for anything in the world. Um, but yeah, so we're also doing um we're also doing um yeah, so those two new endings. So I don't know what's in them. I have seen some hints about what's in them based on some things that I've read. We're also going to be doing hard mode. So we're doing puzzle hard and combat hard. I kind of don't know how that's going to go, just because, at least not even in terms of like the difficulty, but mainly because I know that there's one new weapon in New Game Plus, which is the chainsaw, which is apparently the best melee weapon. So I assume it's going to do more damage, right? So maybe that will trivialize the New Game Plus run. Even on hard mode, I have no idea. We'll see. Um, Again, later in the game, I'm sure the attack patterns will be what they are, and I have also imagined there might be an option to switch back to the pipe and the board, right? So maybe at some point I'll even just do that for the sake of it. Maybe we'll do that. But then again, maybe there's also what's the fun of doing the New Game Plus run if we don't use the new weapons? So it's tricky. We'll figure that out. Oh, I should also mention in my original playthrough, I wore the big headset, which is a thing I don't tend to do when I play most things these days. I tend to wear the earbuds because they're much comfier, and my neck is significantly happier with that decision. But I will sound slightly worse than I did in the original playthrough. However, I sound right now is what I'm going to sound like. Although listening back to my voice right now, it sounds fine. You'll be fine. You'll live. I think it sounds fine. So just be aware of that. That's why I'm going to sound different than in the original run. If you're going from through the playlist, one thing to the other. It's funny. I'm noticing a lot of people are jumping into the stream very briefly and then jumping right out. I have a feeling that might be because, it says open Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 Remake spoilers. And that is true. I imagine people are clicking on it and then they see that and they go, oh, okay. Diving out. So we're doing hard mode, trying to go for all the endings. The game will still be tracking my stats for In Water, Leave, and Maria endings. So again, we'll see what we can do. I'm gonna try and lean on the Maria ending, but at the same time, that is a little tricky because of other things I'll be doing. Like I will be fully exploring again. I'll be trying to get everything. That's the other thing. I have a guide open for collectibles. Apparently there's one collectible for the Archivist trophy you cannot get in New Game Plus. So that is one thing I'll have to be aware of. But yeah, oh, interesting. Does this video lack a glimpse of the past that I have here? Hold on one second. I gotta actually look at this real quick. I might need to be aware of that. Seems a lot of people missed a glimpse following this particular video I have, so I might actually need to get a different one. Shit. Some of people are saying that they got all the trophies just following the guide. I don't know. I'm gonna get a written list to be safe. That's for the glimpses of the past. Yeah, that's the other thing, is we're gonna be trying to get all the glimpses of the past as well. We're gonna try to get all the photos. There's things to talk about with them. Silent Hill 2 and photos. Okay, let's just make sure I have a written list on the side, just to be sure. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right, I have a written one now. It's got pictures, everything I can need. Okay, so yeah, good. Now we have a written guide version of it. Fantastic. Yeah, so I will have guides on the side. I also have a guide on the PC for all the basically how to get all these endings in a single run, right? So that's going to be off to the side, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. Bear in mind, this is like an 8-minute video that I'll be having playing in my ear. You won't even notice it. And I also have access to basically every interaction I would need along the way, and also in what order to pick up certain things when it comes to the final sequence. The hotel is where things are gonna kind of luckily, these ending items don't conflict with each other, sort of. The Rebirth ending can conflict with everything else. If you pick up the last item related to the Rebirth ending, it will lock you into that ending no matter what. You are getting the Rebirth ending now, no matter what. You cannot get out of it. But oh my god, I'm trying to lift this cat up on the blanket. Um, but he's actually he's just getting his little butt flipped over. I'm sorry, bud. Oh, the couch is finally. I'm finally getting a new couch. You might remember in the original playthrough, I finally did get a couch, and then this couch has actually been very metally and very painful. So new couch is happening again. This time it's like a regular, normal one. No weirdness. No one's. I'm. See, I would say no one's listening to me about what it should be this time, but actually they have. But they probably should have told me off more about why a futon was a bad idea. I'm the one that didn't listen. But anyway, um, that's besides the point. I don't think that'll happen during the course of this run. This couch is fine for now. But so I mentioned the endings we're doing. I mentioned, oh yeah, right. So the endings don't necessarily cancel each other out until the last stage. The hotel segment, just be prepared to see parts of that place multiple times, is all I'm going to say. It seems like we can save right before the last segment if needed. Like right before we go to see the videotape, basically seems to be the flinch point for most of the endings. But largely, you should expect to see some of the last hotel sequence more than once. So just be aware of that. I don't. By the way, this isn't going to be a ton of preamble before we go in. This is not going to be like the first video, which is like 80 minutes of talking. And I know I tend to say that and not mean it, but I am being serious. We are going to be getting right into it. So basically just need to cover a few things. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, and this is the main thing that will be not set up front, but talked about throughout. Over the course of the last month, this game has become drastically more interesting to me. Even beyond just being an incredible remake of Silent Hill 2, the most unremakeable piece of media I think that existed ever. In that there has been a lot of discoveries, both under the hood and otherwise, about the nature of the game's narrative and the nature of the originals and how they tie together. Some people that I think maybe are being a little unfair are not as happy about it. Personally, as someone who made my feelings very clear the first time, that as long as this stuff is not being declared as like 100% great and like is not being declared as like, or no, sorry, not great. That's not the word I meant to call. It's not being declared as 100%, right? It's background. As long as it stays in the background, I think that is exactly where it should be, and you can do as much as you want in the background. As long as people get the traditional experience, get the traditional, like, get the original Silent Hill 2 experience as it was, right? With the theming intact and all that stuff intact on the first playthrough, and it's just the original 3 endings on the first playthrough. I think that is the best case scenario. I think they did that perfectly. The last thing I wanted was time ghosts in this. That would have been obnoxious in this, but we didn't get that, right? I think FF7 makes that work pretty well, but here that would have been egregious, right? I will say up front, I love what this game has done with a sort of we can call it. Do I even want to say it yet? Do I even want to say it? I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. I would much rather than talking about a bunch of shit up front this time, I would rather talk about each individual discovery as we go through the game, because there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of little things that build up so many things. And there is a reason why I have in the title Open Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 are spoilers. There's a reason why I put that as two separate things. Because I actually do think there are things about this game in isolation to itself that can be spoiled, including things in the original game. I think the original game has its own set of spoilers, and I think this game has the same spoilers, and it has a few more, and plays with some of some ideas in a very fun way. And we will talk about those ideas at length when we get to them. Sorry, one second. My earbud is just a little loose right now. I think that's. I think that'll be fine. Oh, okay. But yeah, so that's a thing that I really do want to make clear is like this game is going to be. There's a lot to talk about. We're gonna talk about everything to do with Silent Hill 2's main narrative, its flow, everything to do with everything. We're gonna talk about the original game. We're gonna talk about spoilers for the original game. We're gonna talk about spoilers for this game. All of it from the start. And just to make it clear that I'm talking for real and that you should get out if you have never. Okay, here's the thing. Let me put it this way. If you've played Silent Hill 2 once in any format, the original or this version, you're good to watch this. Even it live, right? If you're watching this VOD before my run of the original game, you should probably go back and do that instead, and then come back here, right? In terms of VOD stuff, don't watch this first. I feel like that should be obvious, but don't watch this first. If this is for the VOD, that would not be the right way to do it. But if you have played Silent Hill 2 before, remake or original, you can watch this live. You'll be fine. You know, I would like to hope that people that would like to look don't feel like they can't, right? But yeah, we will be talking spoilers for both versions. And just to show you I mean business, right now, in 15 seconds, I'm going to pop the lid off and I'm going to spoil the big reveal of Silent Hill 2, just so we're all on the same page. Okay? You have 15 seconds. 5, 6, 7. Yes, I skipped the first one. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Last chance. Get the fuck out. James killed Mary. There you go. James killed Mary. He smothered her with a pillow. It was awful. It was terrible. It happened. Ouchies. What a crazy set of circumstances that was. Yeah. What a bunch of wacky hijinks that happened over there. What a silly little man that James Sunderland. Oh, that little scamp, that little rascal. He's not the best dude, you know, one could say. That being said, even though I do kind of intend to get these things on camera, for the sake of my sake and my streams and my completionism, also because, to be real for a second, I don't know when I'll do it. I don't know when I'll do it. We'll see. But I kind of landed on the idea that, like, if I end up getting Leave or Maria onto this run, then, like, that's just one more playthrough of the game on camera to get all the endings. You know what I mean? Like, that's not that bad, actually. At the very least, I can just do the game off camera and record me seeing it at that point, you know? Like, I don't need to do a full third run, but, like, if I end up doing one off camera, I can just record the ending segment, right? And just stick it in the playlist. So, you know, that's there. That being said, I don't know when or if I'll do that. So, for the sake of you watching the VOD right now and your sense of completionism, let's say you're coming from the first one to this one, okay? You just saw the in-water ending, okay? Real quick, I want you to pause this. I want you to go, and I want you to go watch the Maria ending, okay? All right, I don't know. I want you to leave. I want you to come back. I'll wait 5 seconds, and then you're going to come back, and then we're going to briefly touch on the Maria ending. Okay, off you go, and you're back. All right. So that was wow. That one hits, doesn't it? With her just being like, "You hated me. Admit it. You fucking hated me." And bear in mind, this is specifically the ending where you have spent the majority of the game paying more attention to Maria than her. Basically, you've been doting on Maria, not her. You've been caring a lot about Maria, not her, right? And she's like, like, and his thing of like, I didn't hate you. It was mixed in those emotions. I'm sorry, it wasn't there, but like, I still love you. And her just being like, I don't fucking believe you. You wanted me gone, and it rips your fucking chest out. It's crazy, right? Which is in stark contrast to the Leave ending, which I think is also very cool. Um, but I think the real kicker on that ending, and this is the reason I wanted to make sure that this was up front, was for a specific reason, which is the moment that they're getting in the car, and he looks at her. She starts to cough, similarly to how Mary did, and he says, I believe the line is, says it somewhat aggressively, but honestly, even if it's not aggressive, it's like, oh, he just says like, you better do something about that cough, like in the most like, oh, oh no, he this version of James knows who he is, and he's not afraid of it anymore. He's completely back to being that person. And one might even say, or make the argument, that in that scenario, James is about to go through the whole thing again and do the same thing to her. Almost as if he is trapped in this cycle, unable to escape. This was also in the original game, and it is very interesting as a note, and I would like you to hold on to that for later, because we'll have a lot to talk about with it. Secondly, now, before we go any further, because it's the one I'm not going to be shooting for, especially on this run, but we'll see what happens. I want you to go and look at the Leave ending. Pause. I pause this. Go watch that. Come back, and we'll talk about it. All right? Off you go. This is on VOD time, of course. 3, 2, 1, and you're back. All right. That was also gut-wrenching, but in the opposite direction, because you get to see him admit or plead even of his guilt, right? I hated you. I hated you, and I'm so sorry, because I did love you, but I hated you too for what you had taken from me. And she sees through his bullshit immediately and goes, then why are you sad? And it's haunting. Seeing a woman that knows this man is human, that he is capable of feeling bad things, but that does not make him a bad person. He's capable of feeling and doing bad things, but that doesn't make someone an automatic black and white bad person. This is especially haunting for me to say after a year that I have had, for reasons much best unsaid off camera. I've made similar. Not similar. I've made some mistakes this year too. Clearly nothing to this scale, but they were bad. They were bad enough, you know. But people still believe in me, and I don't always feel like that's the right thing. But like, hearing that, especially from Mary, it hit different inside me, because it was like, it's her acknowledging, yes, you did a bad thing. It was awful, but like, look at me. And also, the other thing about that scene is you can see her for the first time. You see how fucked up she was physically. And like I look at that and I go, Jesus Christ, if someone that I loved looked like that. Not even how could I ever love them? It's not that. If I saw someone that I loved looking that decrepit, I feel like tons of people would think there's no way that living through that is worth it to you. It must be excruciating. It look like her skin is like hived out. She looks like she's had bees drilling into her. Like she looks fucked up in a way that I was so impressed by, like visually. Like it was genuinely staggering to look at. And like thinking about that and going, man, that is, who wouldn't at least for a second think like you don't deserve to go through this. You should not have to go through this. You deserve release. You should not have to hold on for me. And now, to be fair, that's not really what makes James do what he does. That's a part of it at most, but it's not even the big part. The big part is a lot of it was anger. A lot of it was resentment, but also a lot of it was love. I think it would be silly for anybody to argue none of it was love. Clearly more of it was not than otherwise, but it would be silly for anyone to argue it wasn't for the exact reason that she tells him. Then why are you sad? Because the truth of the matter is, if James didn't genuinely regret or feel guilt over what he did there, he wouldn't be in Silent Hill. He wouldn't be experiencing any of these things. He wouldn't be seeing anything. It would be like if Frank Castle walked into Silent Hill. He just wouldn't see anything because he has no guilt. He has no regret. He's basically impervious to this place. Like he wouldn't see shit. You know, he has no doubts. You know, so it's like, yeah, exactly. So fucking like, oh man, yeah, that ending is gut wrenching. But also like the way that he goes and leaves the town after that, and she pleads, like, please just live, just move on, please. I don't want your life to be ruined because of me. I want you to move on. I want you to grow. I want you to change. I want you to find more. And that's fucking gut wrenching. Just, I feel like I've said that too many times, but it's horrific, and not horrific. It's horrifically beautiful. That level of love, the epitome of, if you love someone, you gotta let them go, which is painful, fucking painful. But that's what it is. So beyond that, yeah, I wanted to make sure that we talked about those up front, just because there goes my controller. I wanted to make sure we talked about those up front, simply because there is a lot of new stuff to talk about, and I think talking about this, especially the Maria ending, will lead us into some interesting discussions as we go forward. Beyond that, there are many new things to talk about, details discovered. Like I said, things that I found. There is an entire thing under the surface that I think is very worth talking about. That I'm gonna be very, very specific about keeping up with. And yeah, I think we are gonna go get started on this already, because I don't want to do 80 minutes of talking. But I do feel like it is absolutely worth mentioning that, like, there are a lot of new things to talk about. It's not even just new discoveries. There's an entire aspect of this game's narrative that went ultimately untouched and unexplored by me the first time, because I didn't see it. I had thoughts about it, and I had inklings, but I didn't see it. So I thought in the end, I guess they didn't do it. But really, there's a lot of stuff here under the surface if you're willing to look for it. Now that that's all done, there's a couple other things that I want to do. So we're gonna go modern. I'm gonna keep these as they are. Wait, actually. Low health vignette. I do not want that. I do want that. I do want that. I think it's fun. We're gonna go. Yeah, they did not. They certainly never patched this with the stuff that I wanted. If anything, oh yeah, we're gonna leave the icon on this time. And while I do think the head tilt adds a lot, and I wouldn't mind seeing more features like that in the future, it did slow me down quite a drastic amount. And also, watching Pat play through the game, I have not finished his playthrough. I've watched up to Maria, I believe. Um, Watching Pat play through the game, he kept it on, which surprised me. I thought he wouldn't, but he did. And I was kind of like, oh. And his thing was like, I don't want to get stuck on something that I don't realize, or like not see something that I'm supposed to. Also, this game is clearly designed around it, so I will play with it on and judge the game in its intended format. So you know what? Fair enough. We will leave this on this time. Beyond that, we'll keep that on icon. I don't need to see that necessarily. We're gonna go. What is this? Traversal icon size. We're gonna keep it. We can keep it tiny. We keep these tiny. Why not? Every time that visibility, get that shit off. Yeah. So we'll be keeping the icon on this time. And stream. What you doing? What you doing? We're ready. We're actually ready to start. Please don't freak. Let me just see movement on my screen real quick so that I know that we're not freaking out. Okay. Okay, we're fine. I don't know why it does that. Oh, gosh. Every time, man. Could you imagine if the preamble got separated into its own video again, like the Silent Hill one? That still bugs me, man. Looking back at the playlist, and it's like part one, 17 minutes, and I'm like, God damn it. Ammo display dynamic. Reticle. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna refresh the stream link on my end real quick, just because I want to be sure that this is all right for me. This is all fine. Yeah, that's a fine amount of thickness. Opacity. Leave it where it was. It was at 80. I still think that's all fine. I still think that's all fine. I still think that's all fine. I still think this is aggressive. I still think this is too aggressive. That's where I draw the line. But I'm opening my mind to icon. Next up, still performance. I have been informed that the game lets you or I've been informed that the game has been patched multiple times and that the performance mode is much smoother now. So that's great. I have also been informed that was a motion blur toggle added, and by informed, I mean I'm staring at it and it says on, which means even though I didn't hear about that, it was definitely added after the fact, because if I had seen a fucking motion blur toggle in the game, I would have turned that shit off. I would have, that would have been dead on sight if I saw that. So there's no way that was there at launch. No way. When did they add that, I wonder? Apparently there is also a PS5 Pro patch out. This is not being run on a PS5 Pro, for the record. This is still the original version. I actually saw some people saying the game looks worse on Pro. That like some ways that those effects are working are not correct right now. That they might actually need to tweak it more. That's fine. I don't mind that. By the way, we might be playing around with a few of these. Not like actively. You won't find them on, but you will find. We might have some use for some of these. Let's put it that way. Especially this one, we may need relatively soon. But beyond that, also once again, this game did not come out in the 90s, so I don't know why they did that. But anyway, visual effects, inventory visual effects. I didn't realize that was even an option to turn off. Oh yeah, no, don't do that. High contrast mode, do not do that. We don't need that. We're good. Audio, I think all this shit's still good. Radio state indicator. Oh yeah, I thought Caitlin actually was playing with this when she played it. It's pretty neat, actually. I think it's too much personally, but it is a neat feature for people that would like that. It's also good for deaf people. Like this is a legitimate accessibility thing for people that are. So fair enough. Next is controls, which I think I believe all that shit's fine, to be honest. Vibration function should be high. I don't know why that's ever not there, but okay. Um, yeah, that should really be high. Tap button. Um, that should have been high, yeah. Constant mode. Enable adaptive triggers constant mode. What is constant mode? What does that do? Tell me what that is. I've never seen that before. I don't know. Dead zone. Oh wow. A dead zone toggle in there too. That's crazy. Accessibility, which I think is just sort of just the broad scope of things again, with as it were. Um, Without further ado, I need to pee. I know. You just fell out of your chair comically. Uh, yeah, just let me pee. It'll let the earbuds charge a little more before we get started properly, and then we'll be good. Plus, I can send out another thing that says, "Hey, we're getting started." So, yeah. And off to the races we go in a minute. I really should have let those charge a little longer and put up the secondary link faster. Fine, I'll just do that. Bleh. Okay. To be fair to myself on that one, because it took a little longer than probably expected it to. Um, oh wait, sound test. Man, it always sounds weird when I first boot these things up. It always sounds weird when the earbuds are just spurring back up. Okay, it sounds good now. To be fair to myself, my mom messaged me something about the dog. Uh, there was a saying earlier today where the dog was not doing super well, pooping like crazy all over the place, blood. Um, it seemed very bad. Um, but seems like she was refusing to eat, but it seems like she ate a lot now. Um, and maybe it'll be fine, at least for the time being. So fingers crossed on that one. Um, but yeah, but basically it gave me a chance to message her back, or at least make sure she knew I read it, and then that also let the earbuds charge a little bit. So everybody wins. All right, so New Game Plus. The default settings best represent the vision behind Silent Hill 2. Try and gain control over the gameplay. So, and that's interesting. You could put yeah, New Game Plus or default. They're actually labeling it like that. New Game Plus gives you access to additional items, graphics modes, and endings. Combat challenge is hard. Puzzles challenge is hard. Interface preset is where I left it. Black and white. Black and white versus red. Is it just the save points that are like that in this? I wonder. Or if it's also like the enemies. Either way, we're going default. And without further ado, oh yeah, right. So like yeah, so it'd be combat challenge hard, which oh, that's the one thing I found out is that apparently the hard variant of this game is the kind of hard variant I like, where it's not actually affecting enemy health or the amount of swings they take at all. It's actually affecting their ability to fuck with you. Like it's fucking their pattern. It's fucking with their patterns, right? Like nurses get new tools. The lying figures get new tools. They're the veracity with which they're going to throw in like the spit, for example, will be higher. They'll be more aggressive. Basically, they'll be trickier, and that sounds great to me. That sounds fantastic in my opinion. That's what I want. But like things like how many bullets they take is not going to change, right? So that's pretty great. Um, with that all in mind, and with everything out of the way, we have a lot to say about this second playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake. Believe me, this is not just another run. There is a lot to be said about both the original game and this one, and how they both are additive to each other in wonderful ways. They build each other up in ways that I think is just so impressive. Without further ado, let's return to that town. I'm an idiot. I didn't turn off the kitchen light. Cannot have light on in this unit of any kind if we are playing Silent Hill again. Obviously, we need pitch darkness. We cannot have we we simply cannot have light peeking through anywhere in this unit, which is fantastic because thanks to, oh, right, Extra Life also happened between now and then, which for the record, there's no real point in mentioning that the link is still active. There's no one watching right now. And I have a suspicion this will be a lonelier playthrough in terms of knowing somebody's watching, simply because I have that thing up there that says spoilers. Um, I'm, I mean, shit. Even though I feel like I should warn people should be aware that I'm going to be talking about everything. I feel like that might actually be warding people off. But is that a bad thing? Shouldn't I be warding people off if it's like, gonna spoil the original and this version? Should I be? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. If people just don't show up for this, then yeah, it'll be what it is. Oh my God, I just realized something about the title on this thing. It doesn't actually say session one anywhere. Like it makes no mention of what session this is. Damn, I did not consider that. I don't think I have enough characters for more. No, in fact, I'm explicitly out. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I literally have to take out the set. I literally have to take out the spoiler thing. I'm just gonna have to leave it below. My apologies. I guess that sort of nips my issue in the bud, doesn't it? Huh. Well, it's gonna say it in the description now. So sorry about that. Um, okay. Yeah, well, my bad. All right, we're just gonna come down into this description real quick. We're going to put in the description down below full open spoilers for silent for sh2/sh2r. Gotcha. Okay, there. Unfortunately, I cannot have that warning in the title anymore because then I wouldn't be able to put in which session each of these are of this particular run, which is, it's unfortunate, but ultimately I need to be able to distinctify part one, part two, and all that stuff. So yeah, we are just going to have to leave that where it is, unfortunately. Let me go and grab my thing for the endings so I can keep that information straight in my head. Let me grab my tablet and prop it up in front of me with this list. Not this list, with this this collectibles thingy that I have here. And yeah. Okay. And I think that should be okay now. I think that should be okay now. Okay. Okay. Jesus. Just got sent a thing about like apparently every single account. You won't be able to opt out of your tweets. Your tweets like training the Grok AI now or whatever. Ugh. I'm getting much closer to Blue Sky at this point. I mean, I'm on Blue Sky. I just haven't really posted much at this point, But we're fucking getting there. Let me tell you that much. So that's unfortunate. But anyways, I think we've stalled just as long as we can. Yeah, I am utterly excited. I gotta tell you, I have been itching to get back to this because there's so many things to talk about. But, hey, oh my God, I was just about to start. Why is my phone going off? What is it? Literally nothing. Great. Okay, there we go. Now my phone is trying to push more things at me. It's fine. All right, Jesus. And all right, good. Now I have this video guide up on my tablet, ready to go. Moment's notice, sound off, and we are officially good to go. It'd be very telling if I see the viewer ticker tick up to 2 now that I'm actually going in. I've noticed a few times now on some of these streams, because I can always see the viewer ticker, that it'll tick to 1 during my preamble, and then it'll tick up the nanosecond I start game, which makes me think that someone out there maybe not on every stream, but someone out there is like putting it in another tab, but leaving the sound on while I'm not there. I don't know who would be doing that, but I don't know. It's just a small suspicion. I don't know why anybody would do that. I mean, I guess you figure you don't need to look at it. I also don't know if YouTube counts it like that. But anyway, sorry. Now I'm just doing silly speculative things. By the way, if that's you, don't be embarrassed. I just think it's funny. Anyways, it's really unfortunate to me actually that we're really not that far off from where we were in terms of time on the first run. But hey, here we are back at Silent Hill 2. And again, we will be talking about full spoilers from the jump. Um, this sure does look like a man that just did something horrible with those hands, doesn't it? That might not be completely accurate in terms of like timing, and I don't think it is, but we have a lot to talk about, don't we? Oh, James. Just to check if you're even still real, if you're still a person after what you did. What does it mean to do something like that to someone that you loved? You loved. No matter what the feelings were inside you then, that doesn't leave.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Something interesting that was discovered, by the way, and I can't really show this off, but it might be interesting to look at some point, depending. Uh, the version of this disc, like the master, appears to be from like April. Like this shit was done. And as a matter of fact, the game appears to have a number of large or small cutscene changes um, in tons of cutscenes and like lighting changes. Like for example, the Angela hallway, the hallway of fire scene with Angela, right? Like where the flames are much brighter in this version. Um, if you don't download the patch on day one. Like if you don't download any of the patches when you boot the game off the disk, like the disk code has quite a few changes on an art level from or apparently the build is from April. So like that's 5 months of extra work they put in after the disc masters were made, which I think is fascinating. That's quite unusual, but it does mean that there's a lot. You can go look at the differences. People have compiled them between the release code and the pre-launch code, but like or the disc code, but like stuff very interesting to see a lot of that stuff there. I never called it out when I first played the game because I don't think I even realized it. But this is an Unreal Engine 5 game.
Dreams.
And to be real, oh, sorry, I'm not going to interrupt this speech. It's beautiful every time. I didn't realize this was a UE5 game, and I kind of had this moment where I was like, UE5 for a while has existed, but I couldn't think of any games I'd played that I could specifically note as that was UE5. I feel like a lot of games are still coming out of dev that started in UE4, right? Which is by the fact that they made it easy to switch from one to the other. Like some games are still deciding to finish on UE4, but I didn't realize that this was UE5 until after. And wow, quite impressive. And that also explains why it's like that. But also, UE5 is kind of known for having performance issues. Like the stutters in this game are kind of common in a lot of UE5 games. But the UE5, in terms of UE5 games, I have played a few that I didn't realize were UE5. But this seems to be the most prominent one of like, wow, this is a UE5-esque UE5 game. Unreal Engine 5, for the record, by the way, in case I'm speaking gibberish to you. which is Epic's engine, like that Fortnite runs on or something like that. Like, I guess Fortnite would be an example of a UE5 game that I play, but stuff.
I see that town.
Of course, that's a layer.
Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true.
Something I do want to talk about real quick is the fact that, like, you might look back on this stuff and think, well, this is a giant plot hole, right? Like, he's acting like he doesn't know, but he's just full of shit, basically. He's lying. He does actually know. No, he doesn't. That's kind of an important thing to understand. He doesn't remember what he did now, at this point in time. Everything with the letter, everything with him and what he did to Mary, he does not remember at this point in the game. The point in which he remembers what he did to Mary is the videotape. It's unclear what causes him to forget. Most likely the town itself, to be honest. Likely the town actively fucking with him. Actually, there's a detail I do want to mention that I did not catch at the very end. I don't remember if this would have been in the original, but it's definitely here. But if you look at Mary's letter when you get to the hotel, or I don't actually know exactly when they switch it out, but it's at least at the hotel. It might be slightly before that, but at the very least, it's the hotel. If you look at Mary's letter in the hotel, it's fucking blank. It's a blank piece of paper. There's nothing on it. And James doesn't even remark on it. He doesn't even say anything about it. It's like he already knows. He can already feel it. He's stopped being in denial. His denial is starting to leave him. He's starting the doubt is seeping in. It's starting to make him understand, even before he gets to it, what happened. And it's fucked, right? It's absolutely fucked. But yes, in case you're wondering, James is not just being a dickbag here and like trying to even mislead the player. He does not remember, and that's most likely the town's influence. In fact, the letter being blank at the end is kind of a signal that the letter was always bullshit. You know, like that there's nothing on it. He's completely imagining it. / the town is putting it on him. For what purpose? We'll never know. It's never going to be definitive. This series is always going to play on being abstract and being like unclear about certain things, but then leaving things open to interpretation. But at the same time, undeniably, he does not remember for the majority of the game. He is legitimately looking for his wife. He believes she died of an illness, and he thinks that was the issue. He doesn't remember.
That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
I've really come to adore this actor's take on Barons, by the way. I muttered that a little bit, sorry. I've really come to adore this actor's take on James, by the way.
This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Luke J. Roberts is his name. The lady who plays Mary, oh, that's her face, all right, is Salome R. Gunnarsdottir, which is interesting. Interesting. All right. Yeah, but Luke J. Roberts is the new James. or the remake, James. Well, yeah, I guess depending. But yeah. So that's it. We're back. We're back in. I'm very, very excited. I cannot wait to get into so much of this stuff again. Um, and of course, the first natural thing to do, yet again, is of course get the fuck out of Dodge. Nah. Um, I I legitimately keep forgetting about that quick turn. Um, all right, and yeah, so of course we have Mary's letter. I'm partial to getting the Maria ending this time, but I'm also aware that the way I'm going to be doing this run probably will be antithetical to it, in the sense that like I'm going to be wait a second. Okay. Yeah, yeah. In the sense that like I'll be trying to go for everything, which means that inherently I'm probably not gonna get everything, you know. Because Maria's route requires you to like dote on her and like keep her safe and like always do what she says right away, and I will have to ignore that sometimes. So it's kind of just gonna be up in the air. I'm gonna visit her all the times in like Labyrinth and hospital and stuff like that, but largely I'm just gonna have to deal with what it is, and hope that I get one. I'll run past the dialogue at the very end kind of thing. We'll see how many points we can get for Mary. But yeah, if you look at this letter at the end of the game, um, it will be blank, which is so, so, so good. Man, do they really wait on giving you a flashlight in this game, dude? Don't they? The hands fashioned and made thou now wait. The hands fashioned and made. Is that made? I don't know if you can even read it, to be honest. The hands fashioned and mad thou now. I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I'm not completely sure. Huh. That's a funny little man. That's a funny little man right there. Oh, by the way, even though it is New Game Plus, this is not a traditional New Game Plus. I am decaying arm me knee that? Huh. One second. Just 1 second. Oh shit. Right, 1 second. Non-verbal captions. Subtitle font. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing what the game thinks some of these sounds are described as this time. Um, but I will say though, closed captions really take the wind out of. Uh, they really take the wind out of. What am I trying to say? They take the wind out of uh, spooky sounds to me, obviously. Is there not a text like color option? I thought there was for some reason. Did I not have it on before? Um, that's dip spots, visibility. I could have sworn there was an option for color. Uh, font size, big, loading screen hits. Oh, there's no color. But also I don't get it. I don't understand. Why even say color if there's no color options? Oh, because I see. I get it. I understand. I get it now. Okay. But yeah. So we are on our way The game does look a little soft, but you know, it's not like I'm gonna switch to this. Even looking very nice like this, I don't like the look of it. Um, it's not, it doesn't quite work for me that way. Um, you know, the motion blur in this, no, it's too much. I don't like that. I hate that. I hate it. 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 All right. Anyway, um, I referenced in the original playthrough that there was a certain something in the back of the car, and you can definitely see it, but you can see it a lot better if I do this first. And now you can really see it. Can't make out all the details, but you can see it. That is, of course, Mary's body. Now, yeah, I think the outline is clear as day like this, to be honest. Now, it's definitely not something I'll be able to show off correctly because of the fact that it is, you know, very hard to even notice like this. But the game is very much. Oh, I almost forgot to put on my Silent Hill 2 setup. There we go. Good. The game, the blanket is covered in forget-me-not flowers, which is, of course, I shouldn't have to explain that, but if you're not aware, it's the type of flower for when you want to have a special, specific kind of remembrance for someone. This is Eddie's truck. This is how Eddie got to Silent Hill. You can tell because of the food, and also who else would it be? But I think that is fairly obviously Eddie's truck. He also arrived here, albeit Eddie is already in his Silent Hill, and he's doing all the shit he's got to do while he's there. So, oh man, these earbuds, just get them comfy. They are what they are. It's rough. I have a lot more things I need to manage on this stream than I did in the original because I was able to just play in the original, you know. Um, but um, I think yeah. No, just bear in mind, I have to keep this collectibles guide up, and I also need to keep this endings thing up. I also have a third thing, but I'm not going to be actively looking at it the same way, where I'm going to be moving sounds of movement. Yeah, see, I can't do that. It takes too much away from it. Um, I think it does anyway. Um, where is it? Closed captioning. Yeah, there we go. Okay. But yeah, uh, creative truths lost to the mind shall flow white into a void chalice, so the rite of red shall commence. This is new for New Game Plus. This is a set of instructions relating to the Rebirth ending. Um, Grave truths lost to the mind shall flow white into a void chalice, so the rite of red shall commence. So that's new for New Game Plus. To be honest, I actually forgot that note was going to be there because I didn't realize that was um, I didn't realize that was going to. Ooh, I didn't realize that note existed. I had read. I think a month ago I read about it, but after that, I completely forgot. The guide that I had for the Rebirth ending. Well, actually, it's a single guide that shows you how to get everything in one run, right? To the best of your ability. And you're technically going to do more than one either way because you can only do New Game Plus runs on New Game Plus. but still. Why, hello there. We are gonna need to be cagey about that. Man, I didn't really even realize that that this is isn't a save slots game, so we're actually just gonna have to make a bunch of unnecessary saves. We're gonna need to rotate a little more than normal. I'm gonna say maybe 5.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
We're gonna need to maintain, I think, maybe 5 or so saves, just because saving and being able to go back and fix things we may not have grabbed at the time we needed to may be a huge concern on this playthrough, because we do not want to add another entire run just to get another New Game Plus. I think that would be hurtful. Hey there, girly.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
It's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
It's funny. I think, like, depending on how you feel about amnesia and how much you think that makes a person or unmakes a person, I happen to think it can unmake a person almost entirely. That's kind of the problem and the point. Like, you could make the argument that, like, this version of James is probably still a good person because he just genuinely doesn't even know what he did. It's not until you get to the end of the hotel that it's kind of like, this is the guy who used to be, you know? Anyway.
Did you want anything else?
No, it's just... this fog. Does it seem unsettling to you?
I guess. It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time. Good luck finding the one you're looking for.
Yeah, I should probably get going.
All right, now there's actually something in this graveyard we need to find. Wait, what? Oh, I did put the dodge over there and the reload on the other one. Okay, interesting. And then I actually did... For some reason, I thought I put map up above, but that might have actually been a different game that I did that with. Hello there. This is the Crimson Ceremony. This is the first item we need for the Rebirth, which is one of the ones from the original game. To be clear, the 5 new endings accessible in New Game Plus are additive. Some of them are more serious than others, especially the true ending, um, as I will call it. And I will never acknowledge why that's perhaps off until again beyond this moment. So just run with it. Um, and then those would be the three original New Game Plus endings from the original game were the UFO, the dog ending, which again is miswritten here as dog ending for some reason. It's supposed to true ending, whatever. And the rebirth ending. So this is part of the rebirth ending. This is one of 4 or 5 items we need to get. Once we pick up the final rebirth ending item, we're locked into that ending. So it's at the hotel. We need to actually get all the other ones first. We will not be picking it up when we find it until the moment we are actually deciding to do that. Okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind. And also, if I accidentally pick it up too early, we're gonna have to. So we won't have a choice. No matter how far back it is, we're gonna have to. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right, and in it goes. Crimson Ceremony. Oh, and again, as also being said, but I'm sure I mentioned it in the original run. The video footage in the back of the pause menu, ever since the beginning, is the videotape. It is that videotape trying to seep back through and peel its way back into his memories, and he simply cannot. He simply cannot get away from it completely. It is constantly trying to claw his way back into his head like something he has forgotten, because he has. All right. The next stop on the ending track, because I'm going to advance my video that tells me where to go, is an element of the... Oh, yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, UFO, ritual, and dog, again, so that should say true there. These 3 endings were in the original game. This is not new stuff. These were in the original. I will point them out as we're doing them properly. In addition to that, there are 2 brand spanking new endings. Earbud fell out, sorry. There are 2 brand spanking new endings that are called the Stillness ending and the Bliss ending, I believe they are. Sorry, I'm just quickly checking on my right stick dead zone, because it's a little feisty. My right stick is being a little feisty, and I might want to look into that slightly. Yeah, that one kind of wants to fight me a little bit. Oh yeah, I like that especially. Yeah. And if I come back to the game, what's that right now? The dead zone seems relatively fine. Okay. Silent Hill 2 at the very least is not picking up on it enough for me to worry too much about it. I may need to fuck with that. That stick should be lasting longer though. But hey, here's the ranch again. Now you might recall me mentioning in the original playthrough that the ranch sign, the Comic Sans sign, is in there. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to really show it to you on camera in my stuff, because it's in the barn. You have to no clip on like PC and shit. But yeah, but hey, here's something that was new. The original game had 3 bonus weapons. I believe one of them was no, I don't know if it was 3 actually. It was no, actually, yeah. Well, depending on your outlook, I guess one of them was 3. There was the Great Knife, which is Pyramid Head's weapon. But we do technically get that for a bit in this remake, but just it's more of a set piece moment than anything. Then there is the Hyper Spray, which is like a spray can that like insta-gamed enemies. It was very New Game Plusy. It was very silly. And lastly, there was the chainsaw. And that seems to be the only one that's actually here. They did not seem to put the Hyper Spray in. Lumberjack, find the chainsaw. So this is a New Game Plus exclusive. Apparently it's the best melee weapon in the game. I have no idea how ridiculously strong this thing is going to be. However, we're using it for a bit either way because it's the only way to get access to the first component of the Stillness ending. Now, how the hell he's hiding that thing in his jacket, unlike the pipe, is still also crazy, but you know. But we can actually break certain glass we couldn't originally now. Now, my question is, gas-powered chainsaw, extremely high attack power. Yeah. So my only concern is that this thing is going to just trivialize the New Game Plus run, even on hard, but we'll see. It's also just a little obnoxious to listen to, but, you know, it's also fun, and I do want to have my fun with it as well, so, you know, we'll see. Really wish there was a difficulty mode above hard, but, you know. Let me quickly check my my guide thingy. Let's see. Unmissable map. Okay, the flower shop memo. Got it. Okay. I wouldn't say we're going to try and go for a ridiculous 100% all memos as well trophy. Like, I don't think I got the trophy for getting all the items originally, did I? But let me see. Complete the game without using the radio, collect all the strange photos, collect all memos in a single playthrough. Yes, so I did not get that last time. Finish the game without killing. Finish the game without, without killing enemies using ranged weapons. Yeah. So, then I'll see all the classic endings, witness all glimpses of the past in a single playthrough. Get all the photos. Okay. We're also going to try and get all those as well. So, oh, and there's a big thing related to those that's going to relate to a major element that we're going to be talking about a little later in regards to a major thing that this game does that makes mentioning that I could spoil just this version a factor. Went to town to get the window fixed, spare keys in the drawer. Oh, and also bear in mind, we have the puzzle difficulty at the highest, and I have been informed that there are some fucking evil puzzles in there. Nothing really to grab, so, you know. Hey. Auto parts key. Fantastic. Oh, also because we're moving, I know where everything is now. We're going to make much faster progress through the game, as I'm sure you can already tell, because I'm aware of where I don't need to spend my time as well. Also, I have a list of what all of these represented for the ones that I didn't catch the first time. Of course, I remembered this the first time, because how could I forget this one? This is the original place where you find the wooden board in the original game, and this is where you fight the first lion figure, which is the name of the body bag-esque enemies. And of course, this is cordoned off this time. Now, at the end of this tunnel is a thing that we need this for. Normally, we wouldn't be able to get this because we wouldn't be able to get this shit open. But, hello there. The Key of Sorrow. This is related to one of the two new endings. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I don't know what this really is for ultimately, because the ending being what it is the ending being what it is. Let's just say I literally don't know what these two new endings are. So in terms of sorrow and what that can represent, I honestly have no idea. All I know is that we're going to be holding on to that for quite some time before we use it. One thing is to dabble in it. but another is to delve into it. And off we go to the races. I'm sure this is also making this go much faster this time, and that I know where the run button is this time around. Oh, which you might recall, I actually didn't realize until after Angela. It's a neat little chainsaw. The way he's only got a couple swings does make me wonder, like, how vicious this thing is. Like, is it a one hit? Is it a one hitter? That'd be a little nuts, but you know. The thing is, I actually do want a hard mode experience, you know, so it depends. That's right. I also have an interactive map that I can look at as well, in case I want to look at things that way. The trick is that an interactive map is a very neat thing, but the minute that I have, you know, the minute that I have, well, the minute that I picked up one item, I can't mark them off on this map, so it's like, you know, tricky to know what I have and haven't done. So, you know, I did not realize. Oh no, wait, no, I knew. I was about to say, oh, I don't know, you can move the map, but that's obviously horseshit. By the way, it's been very fun seeing people genuinely discover this franchise for the first time over the last month. Like, I think I might have mentioned, like, on the original stream even, it depends on if I saw this or not. Like, people that were seeing Pyramid Head for the first time in that big hallway and being like, what the fuck is that? And like, that tickles me. Like there are people that don't know, and that makes me happy that they didn't fuck this game up, because holy shit, dude, that's crazy that there are some people that are experiencing this for the first time, which of course there would be. The game came out in 2001 and you can't play it anymore. And they really, really, really should make an effort to bring it back. Really, 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 really should. But anyway, what do I know? So yeah, map of the west side of Southville. And yeah. All right. And off we go. Miss Cassandra. Customer came in today. Ordered a mixed bouquet. We will read these again, because why not? Ordered a, because I honestly, it's been long enough for me that I forget. Ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain his bad luck, but he just couldn't decide on. We couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off. Looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just left. Said he'd be back to pick him up later. I just wanted to let you know, since I might be gone by then. Let me just identify the next few collectibles via that video, because that was the next one on this list. So the second glimpse of the past is, let's see. At the end of Bust Road. Gotcha. And then, okay. I don't need a whole section for where the plank is. Okay. Gotcha. Nothing to really see until then, so let's make our way. Although, wait, shit. I just forgot. I need to make sure that I'm aware of where I'm going next for the endings. Okay. Gotcha. So, where's the pet store? Is it on the map? Huh. Pet store might not actually be on the map. Okay. Well, then we'll just have to figure that out as we go. But that is the next place we need to go for the next ending piece. Okay.
What is this?
Well, it's dried blood, pal. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but, you know, it's there. Okay. Really chew into that thing, why not? All right. Now, I think there might be a building around here with a fun little, I wouldn't call it an Easter egg, but just a little hint at something, but I think it might be later on. I'm not sure. It's the streets.
More of that stuff.
What do you think that stuff is, James? Really, really tell me. What's your thought process right now? Now, to be clear, even though we're not gonna check every nook and cranny, well, I mean, like we still kind of are, is the thing, though. There's like, you know, fucking items and shit like that, but especially on hard, but you know, won't be quite as overwhelming as it probably was before. Yeah, I may actually need to tweak that dead zone, unfortunately. I may not be able to deny it any longer. Hopefully that helps. Next about. Now, did I mark this off correctly? My map still matters to me in terms of marking it off. Hmm. Solid auto truck repair. Very solid. How's the first scene with the board even going to work? So you're just going to take out the chainsaw instead?
Hey, wait.
And this is, of course, a pathway from the original game as well. Area closed off due to an accident. Trespassing might lead to injury or death. So this area was, if you'll forgive me for a moment, this area in the original game was, because I have a video that also shows just like the comparisons to the original memories, that I can more accurately describe them this time for the sake of it. So there is this gate in the original basically led into, where is it? Well, it's hard to really describe, but it led into another area in the original. It's one. I think it's how you got into town originally. I think this is the main way you got into town in Europe. It's basically the idea. I think what's so interesting
Happened to this town.
about the way that this is presented is that ultimately they've played it very straight, um, in terms of like, you know, new stuff, but also at the same time, there is stuff here, and we will talk about some of it relatively soon. So don't worry about that. There'll be plenty of time to talk about these things as they happen rather than shoving them all down your throat right away. I think I went the wrong way. All right. Okay.
Hello?
The first lying figure really doesn't know what he's messing with right now. Like, look what I've got in my hands. He don't know what he's messing with. The thing is, I'm either gonna do this and feel like, oh no, this makes this a joke, or I'm gonna do this and think, oh, that's pretty neat. Look around to find objects marked by white cloth. These are objects or traversals you can interact with. Oh, James, immediately willing to put his body anywhere he can. Squeak. There's definitely nothing I've missed so far. I don't feel a need to make a new save now, just yet. It does clearly label your NG Plus saves, though. That's nice. Wait a minute. That being said, oh, no. It's actually tracking the time correctly. 37 minutes. The head tilt still works for when you're not looking at something. So it still works like the original. I expect resources to be significantly less plentiful. If I actually have to think about, oh god, I'm running low on health stuff, that happens at any point, that would make me happy. Oh, James. Always pointing your head to where it shouldn't go. Or to where it should go. Hello, lying figure. Which is, of course, representing Mary and a body bag. Alright, how's this gonna work? Are you immediately gonna pull up the chainsaw?
Stay back.
Interestingly, he doesn't. So I can, okay, I can in fact take that out instead if I want. So if I do want the pure experience, I can do that. Oh, wow, he did 2 in a row. That's new. Damn, okay, that was actually kind of brutal.
Is this what I saw in the fog?
How bad did that go? Oh, pretty fucking... Holy shit! I'm sure they're also doing more damage to me as a result. Holy shit, he basically brought me down to critical. For the sake of seeing it, we'll go ahead and throw on the chainsaw for next time. But it is nice to know that I can, on this run, go, I don't want to struggle here. I want to get this done, and pull out the chainsaw at times that I'm like, I can get both experiences. I can get that, like, I want to actually get through it, and for the sake of the endings, and I want to get I can, let's do this fight for real kind of thing, Cactus. And out we go. I gotta tell you, and I think I kind of undersold this the first time, but watching Pat, who has like a crippling fear of like needles getting jabbed into his fucking body at random, actually like pretty much vomited when he saw this. Like he had to take him in, he had to leave the room. Like it was bad. And to be fair, let's really give this more credit for what we're looking at. This is a dirty, rusty, like disgusting, all the way up down to the rusted needle itself, not just the what's being injected. Tube filled with orange to brown mystery liquid. Like, holy shit, James, you're out of your goddamn mind. I love that his fucking jacket deblightifies. It's so silly. I love it. So, the radio's questioning is actually quite clear here, if you know what you're listening for. It's James, come to Silent Hill. Something. Did you kill me? Asking quite directly, did you kill me? What a great detail. Oh boy.
Where are you, Mary?
So, one of the glimpses of the past is over here, and I couldn't put my finger on what was different about it. So originally, and this is actually the same camera angle they use on it originally as well, there was a corpse here originally that looked a lot like Mr. James Sunderland. And okay, I guess we can pop that cork a little bit for now. So in the original game, there were many corpses that looked like James, and it was always up in the air as to whether or not that was intentional, and even Team Silent kind of was a little vague about it, right? Whether or not that was an intentional choice, right? Is James... Are they intentionally making it so that the vast majority of the corpses in the game, actually, to be honest, pretty much all of them, are, all the corpses in the game are James's model reused in the original game. And again, it was up in the air as to whether or not, like, is that clever asset reuse, or is that trying to say something? Either way, this version of the game actively builds on that. Many corpses in the game actively look like James, and not even just a little bit, right? Like, not even just sort of. They're overt. They do try to hide them more, but some of them are more overt than others. In particular, many of the corpses that Eddie kills, including some in the freezer, are just very plainly James. And we will touch on that more soon enough. There is a pretty big element of the remake that I think is very interesting. But I also feel like there is a specific moment we can talk about it better than others, because we'll begin to we'll have we'll have enough to notice these things by that point in time. Well, thank you. We will have enough to notice these things by that point in time, right? To really be able to say it a little more definitively, right? Maybe not even definitively. That's kind of the thing. Is definitive or not is up in the air in Silent Hill. Like everything's up to interpretation, but at the same time, that sure looks like James, doesn't it? Neil's bar. Close cover before striking. That, if nothing else, is a place to check. Correct? Dots down his little journal. Oh, hello there. So there's quite a few new notes in the game. And I remember the first time thinking, oh, that's a little overt, isn't it? That's a little much. But I have come around on it for reasons we'll talk about soon. Not just yet, though. If you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. I remember thinking, that's a little on the nose. Now, this may be a minor detail, but sometimes when you have the camera looking on James this direction and giving him time to see if he'll bother to do it, this might be complete nonsense and a stretch, but one of his idle animations is looking behind him. And it only happens if you are looking behind him. Of course, now he doesn't want to do it. He wants to make a liar out of it. I'll give you one more idle animation, and then we're just gonna have to move on and accept that you're a liar. Accept that I'm a liar. He does have one like that. We saw it in the base game. Nope. Okay, fine. Wants to make a liar out of it. Let's see. All right. Real quick, just let me thumb forward on this collectibles thing. That's the matchbook, the Martin Street note, the coin at Neely's bar. Yeah, okay, so next one of these things that we can find is at the bar. Although, to be fair, that might be a puzzle solution. The particular guide I'm looking at is the PowerPix one, and it's going on puzzle light, which means there may be certain things in here that are not where it's telling me they are. Up to now, I feel like we have not missed anything. So I feel okay in making that sense. But yeah, as far as that goes. Jace. Okay. Shit, wait. I didn't mean for the guide to keep going while I was talking. There we go. Let's give it a shot. Let's give this fucking thing a shot. Why not? How crazy is this thing? Well, so far it's just missing everything. It seems very slow. Oh my god. It seems very ineffective. Is that a kill? That seemed like just an outright kill. That just seemed like a problem solver, you know what I mean? That seemed like a I don't want to play the game kind of weapon, you know? Which, hey, if you're doing New Game Plus, I get it, you know? I would like to see if this thing is actually a one-hit KO every time. Spill the beans over an honest cup of coffee. Uh, so I would like to quickly bring attention to some of these beer names, because there's a couple of these that are fun. Uh, Ale Peaks, like Twin Peaks. But my favorite is Jacob's Lager. Jacob's Lager is really funny, actually. I did not catch that the first time. I think that's hilarious. I think that is hysterical. Jacob's Lager is incredibly funny. Hey there, I'll take the coin. Is that a kill? That is an outright kill. Outright. I'll be real for a minute. I don't feel the need to gimp the game to that degree. I do not feel the need. God, it's fucking dark. I miss that flashlight so badly. They really wait on you, on giving you that. But anyway, hello, board. Hello, wooden board, my old friend. It's time to stop neglecting you. Who's considering Neely's bar is done? Now, we need to check a few other areas. In we go. What is in here? There is a note here. Here's my question. Does the game bother to count the things you can't pick up as collectibles? According to this video, it seems to be skipping that. Yeah, interesting. So there are notes that you can read that don't matter necessarily. I saw him again, or at least I think so. He says he didn't, but I don't know anymore. I'm tired. Can't find it. Doesn't matter. That scraping noise again. He says he didn't. I don't know anymore. That scraping noise again. Sure does ask some questions, doesn't it? All right. All right. Okay. Andy's bookstore. There's a specific store with a specific, or not even a store. There's a building with a certain sign that I want to make sure we catch, because there's some fun stuff about it. I'm curious if there are later game enemies that the chainsaw is like more of a fair fight on, but like right now it just seems like it's not even worth it, you know? Or it's just turning the game off at that point. March of 1995, Ton of Maine. This one's a little too long to reread, personally, to be honest. We're not going to do all of them. You know, like that. You get what that one's about, you know, giving a little background to the town, to the minor stuff. Searching for Another Conclusion, Volume 2. I don't remember this one. Getting the girl. Do you love her? Do you really love her? In sickness and in health? Words are simple enough, but actions speak the loudest. Would you protect her? Fight for her. Put her above any other. Remember, now she is the one. Leave the past behind and forget about old relationships that into the tears. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. That's a really, really fascinating thing to find, and I don't remember reading that the first time. Looking for Another Collection. Conclusion, Volume 3. Choosing Death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. I embraced it. It felt right, like the only choice I could possibly make. After I made my decision, it became the only thing blinding me to this world. I became reckless. I did stupid, dangerous things. I pushed away even those who cared about me. After all, why would it matter anymore? Isn't it interesting how much these tell James' story? Conclusion, Volume 1. The road to tomorrow. It's better to prevent than to cure. Sorry, I'm actually gonna quickly Google Silent Hill 2 remake. All excuse me. Just let me type it, please. All new game plus changes. Oh, there are more than I realized. Because I don't remember this being here, but it might have been. It might have been. Yeah. New items like the chainsaw that can down most enemies with one hit. Okay, yeah, so that's just a turn to combat off option. Uh, New key items that unlock 5 additional endings, new documents. Yeah, new documents and key locations, especially in Eastern South Vale, that provide hints on how to get the other endings. Starting point, you always start at the outskirts. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, there are new notes. So these might be new, actually. Huh. It's better to prevent than to cure. As the old maxim tells us, taking care of yourself and maintaining a healthy outlook can be a challenge in these fast modern times. The key is not to beat yourself up over past mistakes. Oh. The key is not to beat yourself up over past mistakes and avoid those who would do you harm. Huh. Taking care of yourself and maintaining a healthy outlook can be a challenge in these fast modern times. The key is not to beat yourself up over past mistakes and avoid those who would do you harm. Sometimes it is better to avoid confrontation instead of engaging in pointless conflicts. Try to stay clear of toxic relationships and focus instead on your friends and loved ones. Keep your eyes on the prize and focus on what really matters. Can it be that simple? Yes. Look to the future. It can be brighter than you think. I just realized what these are actually doing, huh? What these 3 books are actually trying to tell you. I do think these books are new. Interesting. Try to steer clear of toxic relationships. Yeah. Focus on your friends and loved ones. So this is telling you how to get the leave ending. And this is telling you how to get in water. And then I guess this would be, yeah, getting the girl. Do you love her? Do you really love her? Words are simple enough, but actions speak the loudest. Would you fight for her? Fight for her. That you fight for her, put her above any other. Leave the past behind and forget about your old relationships that ended in tears. Yeah, and that's telling you how to get Maria. That's telling you how to get the Maria ending. That's neat. That's really neat. They're telling you how to get all the endings in this room. That's really clever. I don't know if that was already there. It's telling you how to get the endings you didn't get, yeah. Oh. He's like getting pushed away from him for some reason. All right. Okay. Super strong, super clean, wash away the sins of yesterday. Wash away the sins of yesterday. The town really has a fucked up sense of humor, doesn't it? But it has a sense of humor, doesn't it? It clearly does. Some things you can't take back, though. And that's just how the world works. Frankly, not everything should be taken back. Should be able to be taken back. Oh my god, he did 2 in a row. Oh my god, he did another one. Oh my god. Wow. Yikes. Yeah, that's making a difference. Holy shit. Avoid unnecessary conflict. You're gonna need it enough for later. Oh yeah, look at that. Hello there. Oh hi there. Like double hi there. Oh my god, James. He's like, are you kidding me? Okay. The game's like, no, you ain't got shit. I was pressing the buttons to be fair, but still. You're a new best friend. In the end, only a four-legged friend can truly help me make sense of things. This is funny, because it's like the town is trying to tell James, dude, just get over it and get a dog. It'll make you feel better. That man was here again. I told him he'd been warned not to come here. He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. Anyway, he got up and left, and he didn't even make but he didn't make any sort of fuss. But there's something about him that gives me the creeps. When I look at his face, it's like I'm staring at a mask, and there's something underneath, waiting to get out. I don't want to be here when that happens. That would be Big J's note. All right, yeah. Bear with me for a second while I jump back to the guide quickly. Oh, it decided to take it away from me, I guess. That's the wrong one. Here we go. Collectibles back up. There we go. Oh, hello there. You'll probably notice me drinking more, primarily in favor of not getting in water again. Because look, I'm gonna hope we can get. I'm gonna hope that we can get Maria when it's time. But I'm also really hoping primarily that we get. Or rather, I'm hoping that if we don't get Maria, we can at least get Leave, so that we get another one on camera, for the sake of that, Texan. So that's over on the street over there. Okay. Should be good. Back outside we go. Oh, is his awareness much higher? And this is the pet center, which on New Game Plus is open this time. On the original playthrough, it was not open. So I'm actually going to take even more time to just really look in this place, because, again, this is new to me. Even though I'm pretty sure the only thing that's actually here is the thing we're here for, but, Wait, is that one sign I just read that was like, hey, James, get a dog, is that also trying to hint at a certain thing? Because that's also funny. Can't fucking read that in the dark. Not even a little. We caught it near Cats. We should never have brought it here. I don't know what to do. I know it's there, sitting and staring. Can't let it out. Can't walk away. Won't let me go. Don't look at it. Don't look it in the eyes. How you can read that shit in the dark without picking it up, James, is beyond me, but fair enough, bro. And this is a broken part of a key. Interesting, huh? Oh, I'm sure that won't become relevant for many hours. It won't. All right, now that we've picked that up, That's part of the true ending, which again, that's what I'm calling it. I don't care. And nearby, gotcha. So nearby there is another thing for another ending that's required. You can smash windows looking for passages and additional equipment. Whoa! Hello, ammo. James, pick it up. Handgun ammo, which won't be relevant for a hot minute because, I mean, Jesus, it is actually a hot minute before you get it. But hello there, Jewel, in the jewelry store. Blue gem. This is another piece of a different ending, the UFO ending. So we're going to need to take this out every now and then and just look at it. But right now, it's nothing too special. One half of a broken key. Someone left it in the pet center. And blue gem. Maybe I can use it somewhere. So the next step. Okay. The next time we're going to use this, the next step to get any ending actually involves that one. And the next time it's going to become relevant is at the top of the apartments. Not the major apartment complex we go through, but the other apartment complex. The first one. So I'm just going to hold on to that and keep that in mind. Oh my god. Okay. Into this street, of course. And good old groovy music. Neighborhood Cafe. Silent Hill, Neely Street. 1 second. Impressive. Baby's closet. Jewelry. Cocktails. Fashion boutique. Dry cleaners. I love groovy music. Outward. God. Oh, his buddy. Oh boy. Oh, he's got little short bursts now. That's new. That is new. He did like a little short burst of it, like a quick spit. Like he didn't like not even a full spit. Like he did a little one. The janitor came in the other day, drunken in tears. Had to have a record with him. Kept yelling, "We got to fix it somehow." I was willing to do it just to shut him up. So I got up and got up to get the glue from the cabinet. Jesus Christ, my reading ability has drastically softened after all that metaphor. But then he realized he only had the one half, so he ran out. 1 second, let me look at something. Okay. Uh, can't do much about the record. Maybe ask around at Neely's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. Game's like, oh, that's cute. You think you can heal? There we go. Music can bring you back to those wonderful moments you thought lost. Yeah, the town is fucking. The town. I'm noticing so much more how much the town is having a sense of humor about this. Like, it's actually quite amusing how much the town is like, haha, isn't it funny how he's suffering? All right, glue and record. A long way. And there was no, like, ammo or anything around here, right? I don't think so. Face the music, find the melody of your dreams, and pick up your heels. I don't remember this one. Oh, hey there. Out of This World magazine. I really wish I could actually see this one in this lighting, but I basically can't. Out of This World magazine, special issue. Alien device found in local store. Bizarre findings on roof of local building. Prehistoric creature spotted in local lake. Paranormal activity in local hotel. You gotta see it to believe it. Interesting. Yeah, that's really neat how New Game Plus has a bunch of very overt in the first area, like little things you can find that are just like, hey, by the way, here's this ending to actually point you in the right direction. That like, hey, just so you know, there is stuff there in this direction if you look around. Because to be fair, those could be considered pretty obtuse today. Then again, people remembered those from the original, so of course that stuff gets spread around very quickly, right? And to be clear, I've not looked at these new endings, or these new versions of these endings. I did look at Leave and Maria, if only because I felt it was kind of important, because those are the three main endings to see before I do this, but yeah. Just gonna try and give him a wide berth. A wide bertha. I don't know why I said it like that. Lucky Jade Restaurant. Oh, that you actually can't go in there, huh? I feel like you can climb in there, but whatever. Let me just look at my collectibles thing again to be clear. So he got the memo in the vinyl place. There's a flyer on that building outside of there. The first strange photo is on Cat Street, outside of. Interesting. Okay. Drug hotline. Man, I might need to get something to eat soon. Jeez. I love the bugs. I love the bugs as a mechanic to just pop your radio. Admittedly, if you're doing a radioless run, I guess they would just be pointless, but still, I think that's a... I mean, most people aren't going to do that, so... Oh! You know, starting the fight in a position of weakness is probably not very smart of you. Thank you. Yeah, this is probably a lot more the experience that I wanted the first time. I feel like I'm clawing my way through every fight, you know? Hell, I can't even imagine the state I'd been in if I hadn't killed two of those enemies outright with that chainsaw, you know? I'd be in a much worse place right now. I'm basically gonna need to get rid of that guy. We gotta leave. Meet me there at the Texan Cafe. I'm gonna have to take care of you, unfortunately. Oh my god, James. Did he try to duck? Oh boy. Number 2 is mad. Oh. Alright, there should be a photo around here. Hello. The first strange photo. So many people here. 1. So many people here. So when you put all of these together, there is a hidden message that has been discovered, of course. Of course, there is some sort of hidden message, although I will admit I don't know exactly where I would find one thing in this, but basically the code comes from, or the cipher rather, comes from looking at the numbers and seeing how many of that thing are in the picture, basically. I don't really know what the one in this case would be, but there is one something in that picture. We'll read that message once we're a little deeper in. Hello there. What are they? I shouldn't go through. I don't know why. I won't. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all. Barrier note. Yeah, that trick, again, still so impressed by that. That completely solves that Dead Space problem of like, yeah, but what? You know? There's number 4. The door that wakes in darkness, opening the nightmare, which is, of course, an image that was in the original game. To be fair, we actually missed a glimpse of the past. This was technically number 5. Yeah, let's go back and make sure we grab the other one, which is over here. But yeah, basically that was a message on the wall in the original. And this is a remnant of a door that used to let you access one of the original puzzles from the apartment. I think most of these are puzzle remnants, to be fair. I think they kind of settled on that, but not all of them. Not all of them. So the next strange photo is actually on Neely Street again, specifically in the window of a fine quality building. I'm not sure what the exact building is. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's down here by Happy Burger. Actually, it's more like there, but still. Gotcha. Gotcha. So we have, in fact, covered those areas. Grand Market. Right, and I remember it being something very similar, something very silly. To be fair, this might be a puzzle that has a different answer than it used to, so I'll try and be aware of that. Oh boy. He mad. To be fair, the game does actively, like, uh, you know, make this area's enemies weaker. And I figured out why. I understand why that is now, because you might recall from my original playthrough, I kept thinking, man, these enemies in this first area just don't fight back, huh? And that is for a reason. It's because they haven't given you a firearm. In case you are not proficient at dodging, they make them a lot more lenient. And clearly that even extends to this difficulty, you know? All right. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick. Let's see. Making sure something on the side is good. All right. Okay. Okay. As a note, the emblem on the police symbol here is certainly very similar in shape to some stuff from Silent Hill 1's police logo. If you look very closely, I'm going to leave that up to you to figure out, though. If you know, you know. Giga Computer, which is actually another reference to Silent Hill 1. Andy's Tool Shop. World's finest Metal Gear and woodworking shop. I missed that the first time. I think that's very cute. I hope that I don't have to explain to anybody that that's a Metal Gear Solid reference, but you know. There was a hole here. It's gone. I don't know what got into him. He started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried, he'd fix everything. I gathered up what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figured he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him. See if he's all right. He lives over at Saul by the pharmacy. Yep. Jack that shit up. Keypad. Saul Street Apartments. I'm now okay using this one to get. There we go. Okay. There. There we go. All fixed up the long way home. There you are. Ah, gonna actually grab a quick bite to eat before we do this. So, be right back. I need a small moment to stretch my legs anyway. Okay. I have food. We're ready to go. All right. Now, let's see if this is any trickier on hard. Oh, wait, we need the button. Right, we're not done here. Gotcha. All right. I believe we're going. God, world's finest Metal Gear and Woodworks tool is really tools is still really good. All right. Right. Okay. Which is this way, right? Yeah. Okay. I will warn that we're gonna start talking a lot in a bit. Because that's when I'm gonna pop the cork on the shit I've been holding back. I just turned right around. But that's fine. Because I forgot that I was actually trying to look for this too. I've been happy. So this is 6. And there are 6 of a certain type of object in this image, I'm guessing. Not exactly sure where. But nonetheless, it is what it is. Oh, hi there. Hello. Oh. Big hits. All right. I love that the hard difficulty so far is actually making me use all my healing items. Like, I love that. Though, to be fair, I am engaging in a lot of the fights in the part of the game I really don't need to. We'll swing back around there in a minute because I kind of want to get to the big thing that I want to talk about. And I do think this is kind of when we see our smoking gun in that regards. Okay, we're never going to be able to do this with you standing here, so. Good job, James. Swing and a miss. You know what? For the hell of it. Let's have some fun here. I wanted to see what it looked like on an enemy that was, like, up. If it was, like a cutting into him animation or anything like that. But no, I'd kind of just, he's down. Yeah. Fair enough. I'd still rather play the game, to be honest. But I appreciate that they give people something that's like, hey, you're on New Game Plus. Do you just want to get the endings? Here. Combat basically turned off now. That's not for me, though. It seems like they're attracted to light. Louder sounds as well. If you want to survive in the dark, stay quiet. Probably won't save you anyway. Alright, yet another corpse that looks suspiciously like James. but it is in fact holding something altogether fascinating. Now, originally, to be honest, I probably should have noticed this right away in the first playthrough. But this is not just any old map. So, like I said, we're talking spoilers for the whole damn thing, the original game and this. So just be aware of that. But this is the original map that James dots in the original game, the exact same way that it is dotted in the original game. In fact, I think it's even the same map from the original. Like, literally the same map. Like, if I look at it, you look at it there, it's not necessarily marked the same way that this one is. You know, like, the lines are cleaner. The colors are different, you know? It's the old map. This is the map that James dotted from Silent Hill to original. Specifically, the places and the ways he marked it. Like, all the linings are the same. I should have figured this out sooner, frankly. But the Silent Hill 2 remake does not, like... By the way, we're going to play while we talk about this. The Silent Hill 2 remake does not go all FF7 remake time ghosts and good, because if it did, I would be upset. That does not work for this. Oh my god, I'm just kind of tanking this right now, and I shouldn't be. That was not smart of me. But the game does actually have elements of there being evidence that there's more going on here. They can be killed, just make sure that they stay down. Number one, there's a lot of new notes, right? Oh yeah. Health rank. This place, all it's ever brought me is pain and misery. And the reason for that, and again, all of the stuff that I'm about to say, of course, bear in mind, this is up to interpretation, but I also think they've laid a lot of track in this version of the game for you to run with it. Also, the other reason I'm okay with it is because, A, it never comes into the A-plot. Never comes into the A-plot of the game. You never see weird wisps or anything like that. It is the original experience, especially for the first playthrough. You can only get the first 3 endings just like it used to be. The game's soul, the game's intent, it is intact, right? But there's more here under the surface. I think that the fact that we see that map is more than enough evidence to at least not dismiss the idea that James is trapped in Silent Hill in more ways than one. In the sense that he has been here for a long time. Now, Masahiro Ito always said, when asked which Silent Hill 2 ending is canon, all of them are canon. To which most people that, care about that sort of thing go, that doesn't make sense. But he maintained all of them are canon. Now, I don't know, necessarily, if that is definitive proof that he meant for it to be James is doing this over and over. But I especially think things that they have added in this remake give me enough detail and juice to say James is running through the events of Silent Hill 2 over and over again, looping endlessly through the town for Jesus. A long time. Time has changed. There are elements of the town that are somewhat timeless. At the same time, there are calendars in the game that directly place it in the 80s, right? But there are objects around that don't always necessarily match every era. Apartment 5 left his key, says there's a leaf from upstairs, gotta check it out, right? Not everything in the game matches up to a specific era, other than the fact that nothing generally seems to go beyond the 80s, right? Now, I think based on certain things, we can kind of establish that, like, if Silent Hill 2 is in the 80s, right? Let's say, for example, the fact that we see Douglas's hat later, and we'll talk a little more about that when we get there. But I'm gonna say I think Silent Hill 1's probably more in the 60s. I think there's enough evidence based on if this game is 80s to put that as relatively definitive. Even if we assume we could assume that would mean that, you know, I would say late 60s, by the way, like late. Enough for Heather to be the age that she is in Silent Hill 3, right? This is something, by the way, this is also very interesting. I don't know enough about drugs to have called this out the first time, but as people have pointed out, these drugs are fake. But they're not just fake. They're specifically misspellings / misreads of drugs that do exist that are specifically for, I believe, cancer and blood-related pain. Which implies that Mary had blood cancer specifically, which is not something that I believe the original ever specifically stated, the type of cancer. But this kind of does tell us, even though they're misspelled and they're like wrong, which may imply that James basically saw the medicine she was drinking as like gibberish, right? Like he didn't remember the names. Like he had like his own weird versions of them in his head, right? Like I do, to be honest. Like I know how to pronounce most of the meds I take, but like, could I spell all of them to you right now? No. On a moment's notice? No. If I had a minute to look at them, maybe. Right now? No. So this may imply that like James he heard a lot of these medicine types that Mary had, and he's just like he's not getting it, you know. And fair enough. Drugs are hard. But like James seems to be, at the very least, trapped in this loop for a long time. That explains why he was, you know... Hello? Just imagining the comedic value of doing a bug with the chainsaw. Oh, we got to do that at least once. That sounds funny. That James has been doing these loops over and over again, right? But not only that, if we're operating on that assumption, right? And there's going to be more evidence throughout the game for that we'll talk about as we get to it. But I want to present that now so we can talk about it, right? James is going through loops, and he is. You know what? Sorry, real quick. Let me just switch controllers to the one that isn't quite as good while I'm eating. I shouldn't be doing that with the good one, with the Edge controller. Not smart. There we go. Sound test. Sound test. I cut out on the first one. The hell? Okay, there we go. Jesus. Don't fucking do that to me. Anyway. I do think there's enough evidence to at least not deny completely the notion that James is constantly doing this over and over again. But I also think there's some evidence that James is doing these loops, but it's not actually the same every time. And I think part of that is in the sequence with Eddie. I'm certain now it's coming from that apartment. I keep telling them, why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. The fact that there appear to be other versions of James that Eddie is killing implies that there are versions of that fight where James is losing. Which, to be fair, there would be, because you can die in that fight if you're not careful. It's a boss fight. Therefore, there would be versions of James that he's killing. That's not even like really speculation. Like any player that has died during that boss fight is proving that point unequivocally, that there are other ways that these things can end, you know? Hell, anytime you die, normally that's a version of the timeline that didn't go well, right? We'll check there in a minute. I just want to be sure I've checked every door. What am I doing? I know damn well I don't have a fucking map for just the apartments. Yeah, right. Okay, that's up that for later. So clearly we already know that there are versions of these events where he's not dying, rather where he is dying, right? But there also are probably other versions based on something we've been finding throughout the game. This place, all it's ever brought in is pain and misery. Sure. If you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. It's runaway. It seems like they're attracted to light, louder sounds as well. If you want to survive, stay in the dark, stay quiet. Probably won't save you anyway. Of course, the original map from the original version of the game. They can be killed. Make sure they stay down. I think the notes that are written like this, with more of the orange hazy filter on it, I think those are James writing back to himself, trying to push himself onward without giving himself away. There may have been loops where maybe James wrote notes that were like too on the nose, right? When he, like, maybe in some he figured things out more. In some he read notes from ones that had figured things out more, and maybe those pushed those versions of James into other decisions that did change how things played out, led to things like him dying to Eddie, led to things like other characters getting the better of him, right? And of course, the ones we play through are the natural ones, the ones where nothing goes quote unquote wrong, right? Where things play out in the way the town wants it to, right? And of course, if he's been trapped here for that long, it begs the question: why is the town still doing this to him? Is he its favorite toy? Is he like? Because I don't think Harry's doing this over and over again. I don't think Harry is, and I don't think Heather is either. That being said, I do think Heather is in Silent Hill right now, doing Silent Hill 3, based on the Douglas half. I no longer think that is a hint of like the game essentially telling us that. Sorry, I'm just nervous. I'm going to mess up. I no longer think that's the sign. That's a sign of the game, like saying, "Oh, Douglas is also in town right now." I think that is explicitly no. Heather and Douglas are in town right now, right? The events of Silent Hill 3 are happening right now on top of the events of Silent Hill 2. They might be even like connected by the same era, right? I think she is doing this once. Maybe. Who knows? If they remake 3, maybe they'll add details that might imply that it's the same. But like, I think he's been here. I think James has been here so long that he's bled into their story. Not in ways they can perceive, but like, you know. And she came and washed it all away. It all started to make sense again. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan, then we're going. Gotta say, by the way, using my earbuds on this rather than the big headset, the soundscape is still incredible on this game, and I really do appreciate and love it. That being said, I kind of want to quickly get the EQ presets that I had for my earbuds previously that seem to have deleted themselves awkwardly. I'm just going to see if I can find that real quick. EQ presets, Pulse Explore. Yeah, let me just. I'm not gonna watch this whole fucking video, but I'm just gonna skim to the part where he has the sort of finished setup. Oh yeah, I can copy that. Oh yeah, I can punch that in real quick. Let's see, punch that in. Give myself just a little bit of better sound quality on that. EQ presets. That preset is bass 0, low 1. That doesn't seem quite transformative or anything, but, you know, I bet it'll work. I hope it helps. To be fair, the earbuds aren't going to have the same level of soundscape as the big headset anyway. Ooh, that breath. By the way, that might have been a different breath sound effect, but throughout the game there are little moments where you hear that little a little breath sound. I'm pretty sure that's Mary's last breath. And I'm pretty sure James is just hearing it every now and then. Like, if you go to the room that she was actually resting in at the end of the game, you hear it. And you hear it a few other times, too. Man, when you actually look at the hole, that's when the music starts pounding. Like, it is a tone. Yeah, that's actually fucking me up. I may have picked the wrong time to change that preset. But in a good way. Number 2 in the number 2 hole. Jesus Christ, that is oppressive. I forget what this is. Your hand's all inky. Actually, yeah, I legitimately do forget what that is. Other than the fact that it's in that room. Oh! I don't know if it's going to be noticeable for anybody on the stream. I doubt that you'll get that same audioscape, but there's, like, it is a pulsing. Like, that's... If you told me that sound is how you induce a fucking migraine in someone, I'd believe you. Now. Oh, that's really neat. Listen to that sound. Take out the blue gem. Fascinating, isn't it? Give yourself a listen to that soundscape while I go ahead and remind myself what the next one of these ending triggers I need to grab is. Okay, it's quite a ways away, actually. It's, yeah, okay. It's after the apartments. Like, after Pyramid Head, even. Like, yeah. It's gonna be a hot minute before, you know, the next thing I can do. I'm just gonna quickly look at that list of, memos and stuff. Because, man, I sure did forget to look at that, and I hope I didn't miss any, like, photos in the apartments that would make me have to load that save. Because I did commit to that this time. Jukebox button. No, it actually looks like I did alright. Didn't miss anything. Yeah, the next thing to get is just the code note, which is by the truck. Okay. Alright. Gotcha. No, I don't need to worry about that necessarily until we get back to the jukebox. But yeah, that is another part of the UFO. If you burst in there, he does the yeah. It's specifically to do that. But yeah, even if the notes aren't enough for you, right? Even if the notes aren't enough for you to believe James is writing to himself, or like, or the map, right? The game has changed many things. Like, a decent chunk of things are in new places now, you know? That's not a mistake. That's not an accident. That's why the memories mechanic even exists. It is specifically to point out when something has changed. Because the town is also getting sick of this shit. It wants things to change. It's bored. In fact, I kind of think Pyramid Head is sharing that energy, and we'll see some of that later. Because he does some very interesting things during some of those fights that I'm very excited to. We're gonna fuck around when we get to those a little bit. Because I wanna experiment. Sir, step away. Get back here. He has such good stomps. You've been beating up my boy Isaac. He is my boy. So, where do you get the code for the Grand Market again? I think it might even be in here, to be honest. Honestly, I will admit, I think it's genuinely bold that they choose to not put the flashlight earlier than the original. Like, I really would have expected them to succumb to that modern pressure to like, no, just give them the fucking flashlight. But no, that's not how this shit works. This is how this encounter's supposed to go, right? And then you get jumped by this asshole coming in from behind. He's trying to puke you over the desk. Oh, little burst. Miss. Good. I say very energetically and joyfully. Hey! I didn't actually realize I had a syringe. Damn, you know what? I have to admit, the fact that I still missed a health pickup, even without having the just head tilt on like I did in the original playthrough. I'm actually kind of impressed by how much it's not actually like a cheat as much as I thought it would be to have that dot there. All right, I'm gonna be honest. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be honest. I've eaten enough. I don't really have much more in me. The bowl's not empty, but I'm good. Just let me put this back. Oh. Good. There we go. Waste not, want not. Oh shit, there's two on the counter. Oh well. I'll just eat them. All good. But yeah, the notion that like, sorry, getting comfy, moving the cat, that James has been doing this for a long time is fascinating to me. And again, if the game was ever explicit about that, right, I think I would be more harsh. Though, to be fair, I have not seen the two new endings, right? And if they do want to be a little more explicit about that in one of them, I am okay with that. For one specific reason. Because they're New Game Plus endings. You cannot get them in your original run. Which means the core experience has been completely unaltered. Maybe unaltered is strong, but it's been maintained. You know, it's still there. I still fundamentally believe that like these two games build each other up in fascinating and wonderful ways, and that they should both exist simultaneously to continue doing that. Like, they should really re-release Silent Hill 2 Original on top of this, right? And then just, you know, let it be what it is. I really thought there was some other way to get into the back alley from here. What the hell? 1 second. I'm not crazy, right? Like, there's a way to get into the back alley. That's closed. Huh. Really? I know there's a back alley area. Is it really only at night? I could have sworn I have a memory of it in the fog lighting. Huh. But yeah, so that's a big idea that we're going to be talking about a lot as we go through this, is that this is not even necessarily a loop, right? But also sort of is, right? It's purgatory. It's trapping him in there, right? And I mean, like, you could make the argument that like by doing that you've taken something from the original. But I actually fundamentally think the fact that the original plays with that idea already gives them a lot of free license to simply expand on it, you know? Like, I think because that was an idea the original is like already played with, I think you have a lot more free license to just, you know, play with it yourself. Oh, right, you need to put in you put in the fucking UFO gem, and it just now you can't get that in it. Not what I wanted. God damn it. Although wait, that's also wrong. Yeah, it's you. There you go. That's not really a puzzle. Or no, I mean it is a puzzle. It's just my thing was more they didn't change it for that difficulty. Lake tours. Rosewater Park.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Why, hello there. Neely's Barfield. At this point, I feel comfortable saving over certain slots because... excuse me, I was not done. I was not done. Simply because, you know, firstly, we're making much better progress than we were the first time I played this. Secondly, we are not currently missing any of the steps that we had to do. I think, although, now that I'm thinking about it, again, we are about to hit our point of no return, and I need to make sure I'm not skipping any more photos or memory points. So I'm currently looking at the bit where he's going through the back of Neely's bar, then he's going around back here. This is the key. Yeah, I don't do that. Okay. So from the looks of things, there is no additional glimpse of the past. But just for the sake of safety, I'm going to check the written list. Okay, okay, there's only five at this point. Yes, the next glimpse is in the apartments, so no need to worry about that. In that case, though, let me ask a different question of the internet. Where are all the photos? Silence. Still. Photos. Don't want to miss these. Making sure that we get all these because these also have a pretty major thing to tell us about certain things I've been talking about. So let's see. Um, so many people here. Okay, gotcha. So the next one is gonna be, yes, it is in fact in the apartments. Okay, just making sure. Gotta be sure. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that until I get there. Just set that back on the tablet where it needs to be. Good. All set. Sorry about that. Just bear in mind, I do need to follow these fairly strictly if I'm going to make sure that I get everything, you know? Want to be sure we're thorough. It's that or, oh no, we have to load a save. No one wants that. Hello. He came back after you left. It's fine. He didn't try anything. He just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in this condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Maybe check if it's still there by morning. It's the greenish blue one. Plate number anything. 06, I think. Where is the hint for the safe? Where's the hint for the code that lets you go back and open the keypad? I can't remember. I do think the code was like 4451 or something like that, though. Is it in here somewhere? No. That's the one. Okay. So, no. So far, then the answer is not really yet. The only thing is, I don't know if I necessarily want to do this thing yet because that is going to send me on the path to the hospital. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I actually have choice, to be honest, because I think I've now gone this far as I can be. Let me Google how you open the store again because don't want to miss that. There is stuff in there. Let's see. Silent Hill 2 Remake. I believe it's the Grand Market. Yeah, Grand Market. So the Grand Market keypad is... Oh. Huh. It's actually very close to here. Huh. How'd I miss that? Like, it's on Sanders Street. Hey there. Cannot help but notice that my PC's acting weird. Oh, the charger cable is draping across the mouse. That's funny. That's why it's acting weird all of a sudden. Okay. Almost as if fucking a ghost is moving its keys. No, that's just the cable. Anyway. Hey, you. Gonna need you in a minute. Suddenly we've got a few. Town's also gonna get very mad at me. Which is interesting, because it's almost like the town is getting sick of waiting. Like it in and of itself has... I think it's interesting because it's not... Damn it, I should have pulled up the chainsaw and saw what that looked like. Because, it is basically... Oh, okay, this bug's about to have a bad day. Jesus Christ, James. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like taking out a bazooka to shoot it at like a baby bird. A missile launcher. For like a baby raccoon. Why? Like literally why? Why would you do that? James, what's wrong with you? Oh my god. This shit is so funny. That's fine. There's a detail with the first gun you pick up in the game that I adore that I didn't realize that was what happened the first time. But I bet if you were watching it, you also probably just assumed it was me. But as a matter of fact, you would have been wrong. But oh, sorry, I already checked it. Wait, oh, sorry. Oh, damn. Okay. Which, by the way, stock up a little bit. Just come in fully loaded, fully stocked. Well, in a second. You never know if the wind is going to get angry when you pick up something. Oh, wait, I do. I literally do know. Why, hello. Hey there. You came to the wrong neighborhood, man. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. Come here. Oh god, big swing. Oh, he's immune during the big swing, huh? Yeah, it's really interesting how they just turn off most of their crazy patterns before you have the gun. Like, they very clearly chose to give you a lot more breathing room before you have a firearm to, like, panic out of a situation. It's really interesting. Well, either that or they're letting you get used to the melee combat, right? Like, they understand needs to be a bit of a grace period on that, which, you know, fair enough. Okay, now they're going to be very mad, and I'm unfortunately not going to be able to run straight to the apartments. Because we are not done. I need to go make sure that I grab... wait, it's down here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, shit, wouldn't it be... Shit, wait, hold on, let me actually open this up. I don't want to waste time running around on this. It's, lock code node. It should be right around... Oh, no, I'm in a very wrong place. My bad. I'm in the very wrong place. This is far away from where I'm trying to be. And I guess if worst comes to worst, we... The fuck? Oh, my other controller turned off, which caused the game to freak out and not understand that I still had one connected. Sorry, what are you looking at? What are you looking at, James? Oh, you're looking at them! Okay. Going this way. Almost there. Wow, that's Angie. It's not at Happy Burger, though. Oh, I get it. It's this. Yeah, that's right. This was the next thing to pick up in the guide, too, but I just didn't. Check from 01000 to 4013. Took almost 2 hours, had to run. Check from 414 to 4439. Feel like I had to run so close, I just know it. I think that might also be James. Which is funny, to be honest. You will see, sooner or later, you will see. That one definitely is. How nice of you to let me read those, by the way. Ah! Oh! They grapple me so infrequently. Like, I'm barely used to it. Drank. Okay, so we have that now, so now we can go get that door open. But yeah, I guess they did not change the code, which is 4444, so really I could have just done it, and I did remember that, but I don't know, I feel like it's important to actually do them. Gives me joy to, like, do it the right way. Y'all behind me is just angry wind. Angry town. Angry town. Town is not happy. That's something that I think is also worth talking about, is like, if the town is keeping him for this long, is it because is it a malevolent thing? Or is it trying to be benevolent, you know? Oh my god, it's actually not 4444. 5? 4446? 4446, they actually did change it up a little. Right? Does it not want him to get over his shit, or is it actually in that place of it does want him to. It wants him to get there, you know? A lot of stuff is pushing him towards the leave ending, right? Like, but if you don't do it, then, you know, it's like, is that actually the moment he gets out, or is that just yet another one? Hard to say. Hello. Oh. He is actually catching some things that I'm not before I am. Even with the little dot there, actually. I think that's really neat. I clearly was not trusting it enough the first time. I was very intent on having that original core experience. But it's interesting now that I've seen quite a few people that I expected to also feel the same way. We're like, no, I want to engage with this game the way it wants to engage. And frankly, in hindsight, I think I'm even enjoying it. I don't know about more, but like, I'm enjoying it nevertheless still without doing that. Hey. Yeah, this place is not a place you want to skip, for sure. Alright, let me just understand. So, if we're making a break for it, we're going straight there. Although, again, that's everything, right? Okay. Oh, I did read another thing about how this game does. It's not, to be fair, this isn't even a hard mode thing, but it's just a thing that this game apparently does that makes me happy for repeat playthroughs. And I think this is more a thing we'll realize in the apartments more than anything else, but apparently the game does actually remix enemy locations every time, is fantastic because it's going to keep the game fresh no matter how many times you do it. Like that's really, really, really great. I didn't even realize you could mantle that. Why has 201 not been rented out for so long? There have been so many years since anyone lived there. I know they've never really checked out, but I think it's time to move on now. They're gone. They're gone. Notice the quick fucking sharp turn into they're gone. It's time to move on. Like the town is putting all of these here, trying to fuck with him / tell him something. That's the thing. We don't know. We'll never know if it's like a thing where the town is. Even maybe the town was malevolent to begin with, right? Or maybe now it's softened. Maybe it's like, I'm still going to do this because I need you to fucking learn something. And clearly James has not learned whatever it is because it's not letting it out, right? But maybe one day it will. At the end of the day, his fate is kind of unclear, you know? Unless he kills himself in water. But to be fair, the in-water ending might actually be where the game starts. Like that might actually, like him driving into the lake in the car with Mary in the back. That might be the beginning of the story. That might be what gets him here, you know? 3 bright coins, 3 actors in play. Yet within the shade, not one doth remain. The one so gallant has fled from Daishin. Let's not get ourselves. We already know that we need 3 coins, so let's get on our merry way. Oh, that was not on purpose. That was lame. Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Thank you. All right, now let me pull out that collectibles thing again and just see what this thing considers the fucking YouTube ads. Oh my god. Not like I'm trying to do something here or anything. In response to your complaint regarding the gunshots, yeah. Okay. All right, let's leave that where it is. Okay, gotcha. Okay. In response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217, we have paid a visit to the tenant, and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons, traces of using one. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. James is like, gun? To be fair, kinda. That's kind of the right way to look at it, honestly. The apartments are especially interesting because, of course, a certain trapezoitic asshole, as I think I was referring to him last time. Which, honestly, I really got a kick out of calling him the wrong shape every time. That actually brought me an immense amount of joy I did not expect. Although you can hear them in there. You can hear them rustling back there if you listen. It's actually really neat. Yeah, these earbuds are actually even better than I realized. Admittedly, putting on the EQ presets is probably helping, you know. I think it's probably for the best that I didn't like dial the tones too much down. I think it's literally just there's a couple areas that they could do something slightly better.
Hello?
And I think I pretty much fixed that with that.
Is anyone there?
I'm gonna check up here right away because like it took me a while to even check up here the first time. And like there's literally nothing to even see. Like you can't go anywhere from here. Which is funny. Like I was like, oh yeah, I got multiple floor exits to come out on, and then I just finally did, and it's like, oh, it's actually Literally can't, actually. That was funny. I got some bullets out of it in the end, and that was it. And off we go to the races. Get used to seeing a bunch of extra things in that menu that are not going to be for that for the rest of the fucking game. Okay, okay. You know, there's other ways you can make sounds. Wait a minute. Damn, it's kind of wild that there's no light there, and then there is light there that fades in. That looks a little weird. Now, detail here that I didn't catch the first time on this camera angle. Oh god. It's actually not that camera angle. It's slightly later. I saw a fucking image. Like 2 weeks ago that was like, you or like, baby, I don't have to worry about that girl from Silent Hill, right? And it's that girl from Silent Hill, and it's supposed to be a woman sitting on a bed, but it's a pair of legs on top, and like a rather skimpy tank top, but the top half of her body is another pair of legs, and I'm like, oh my god, that made me laugh so hard. You versus the girl from Silent Hill. He told you not to worry about. Oh no! This is like just like a pair of legs and skimpy jeans. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, this camera angle. So, and I actually, I don't know if this would have been a thing in the original. But like, obviously you have Mary's clothes here, immediately understandable as Mary's clothes, if you even look at the picture you have. But what I didn't notice the first time was if you look at the mannequin head on the fucking desk, its mouth is being obscured by light, i.e., it is hinting at Mary's death when she was smothered and could not breathe. I did not catch that the first time. But it is specifically covering up just her mouth. The light is just, if, God forbid, if you were smothering someone, if you were covering their mouth and not letting them breathe, although I don't know how you would not be covering their nose, but that's besides the point. That is what you would see. I guess it's mainly like a in the pillowcase. You wouldn't see that exactly, but you get the idea. Like it's covering her mouth. This is, I think that's actually a subtle nod. In all honesty, I didn't catch that. I think that's very, very good framing right there. Because even beyond just the dress, I think that's very specifically placed to be like that. Very clever. Hey. What are you looking at, James? What are you looking at? Looking at your wife? Maybe you should have done that more often. That's sort of the interesting thing about playing through it again. There could be an element of like, oh fuck this guy when you go back through it, and I mean there probably should still be, but I think the fact that he has not even amnesia, but I do think it's explicitly the town is what's making him forget over and over again. It's telling him that there's a letter. It's telling him that he has something to do in this town. It's faking the letter. It's making him think that she died of her illness, right? Each time. So like every time he gets to be a blank slate, and like ostensibly, depending on how you view amnesia, right? Like the version of James you're playing as right now is ostensibly a good person, right? And I mean then again, even beyond that, like even the Leave ending, which we talked a little bit about earlier, like the fact that she Like he says, I did love you, but like I also hated you from what I lost. And she sees through it right away. And she's like, if you hated me and this is what you wanted, then why are you sad? Like she immediately sees through it. Like you wouldn't even fucking be here if you felt like you'd made the right choice. Like you felt like you were in the right or that what you did was justified. You are guilty, but I'm telling you it's okay. And that's what's powerful about the lead ending, because it is her going, yes, you were upset. You did have a right to be upset, maybe not about all of it, but you did have a right to be distraught. You had a right to be in pain. You had a right to have emotions. You're allowed to do... What is he looking at right now? The fuck? What? Did he do this before? Is there something on that floor? What's directly above me? Oh my god, he's looking at the door lock. He's looking at the locked door right above me. That's funny. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Yeah, he is. He's looking at the locked door on the next floor. See? Absolutely. It lines up. Yeah, that's hilarious. But her, like, seeing through it, like, if... That's kind of the crux of it, right? If he was completely of the mind that what he did was the right thing, he wouldn't even be in Silent Hill. He would get here, like I said before, if you marched Frank Castle into Silent Hill, he would feel nothing. He would see nothing. He would be fucking clean because he has no guilt. He feels that everything he has ever done was right. He has no doubts. Like, James did what he did both out of anger and a desperation of a feeling that he was afraid that it was all that he had, right? It was the wrong choice. But also, like, you see how fucked up she is in the lead ending. It's like I look at that and I'm like, I would never want someone that I love to be in the amount of pain that would be causing. I could not deal with that. Like, I would of course demand that every medical professional in earshot do something about it. But like, if those options have been exhausted, and it's just like a slow, miserable pain to death, and there's no hope, especially if they've admitted I want the out, it's hard. I really do not think I would ever have the stones to do what he does. I would never want to. I would never have the nerve. I would never have the ability, right? That's not in me. If I truly love someone, I would want to hold on to every minute. But also, like, then you get into the question of, yeah, but what if that's not what they want? Yeah, you know. We're not going to read this one because it's a bit long, but you remember this one. It's the one about Silent Hill 4, or that sets up for it. But it's interesting, like, how that is just. I think it's fascinating seeing that the lead ending and seeing him, like, her, like, just be like, yes, you were angry, but the idea that, like, what you did was, like, completely built out of hate and anger and, like, being repressed sexually, that is actually full of shit. She looks at him and says that. Like, that's not what this was. That was a part of it, but not really. Like, you didn't want me to hurt. And he doesn't believe that because he's so fucking stuck in that hatred. He can't pull himself out of it to acknowledge that while he did an extremely bad thing, there was a part of him that just didn't want to hurt him. And he doesn't know which part is bigger. He's not a good person if he's capable of doing what he does. And he's also not a good person if he's capable of saying the shit he says to Maria in the leave ending. Like, damn, that shit is so, like, damning. At the same time, that is specifically if you chose at every turn throughout the game to be kind of the worst version of him that like is all about that, right? So of course that ending would reinforce those choices, right? But that just makes sense, right? You actively decided James would be that person. Whereas the Leave ending, which I think is probably the closest thing to a happy ending you're gonna get, right? Is very like oh. God damn it. God damn it. Oh my god! Holy shit, those patterns! Fuck! Die! Oh! Whoa! Okay! Alrighty then. That was fucking crazy, actually. Oh! Wow! They were not kidding on hard mode. Those patterns are nuts. They're already trying to give you reason. They want you to spend those bullets when you've got them. They want you to feel desperate. This is not my no bullets run, by the way. I am going to do that one day. In fact, I think if anything, that might be an extra live stream. Like, that seems like a good one, to be honest. A fucking melee-only run of this game. That sounds like a good charity stream to me. That actually really tickles my fancy. But yeah, I think that it's really telling that like ostensibly the good ending it's like the one where she just goes like yes, you were angry and it sucked and everything about it was terrible, but like I literally don't even believe you'd be here if you genuinely didn't feel guilty. You didn't feel like it was, if you believed that you made the right choice, right? That's the part that matters, right? Like, people that write James off as like, oh, he's a bad person, flatly, I think you've kind of missed the point of the human experience, to be honest. Like, he makes an extremely bad choice. He's not a out-and-out good person. He does a horrible thing that you can't run back and you can't come back from. But, like, the mark of a bad person would be if he did it and then said it. He walked away and went, I did the right thing. That's a bad person, you know?
Hey! Wait!
Thanks, Laura. It's kind of funny how that is progression, because, like, ostensibly what happens is you walk to a dead end and nothing happened. Like, you gained nothing. But that's kind of the point, right? Is that, like, as a certain person tried to really drill into me, people are not black and white. And, like people can't be drilled down so definitively as, like, person did bad thing once, they're evil now, right? Right? Like, evil evil isn't just a moment. Evil is a continuous choice. Evil is something without remorse. Evil is the act of not having remorse. Evil is the choice to continuously do bad things. People do bad things. Sometimes. That's not an inherent mark of villainy. It's a mark of someone that sometimes has to do things to survive, or in some cases, things they think incorrectly are the right thing. The problem is when you get to people that are like, oh, I don't know, actively choose to, say, vote for a certain insane person more than once after the amount of damage they have already caused. Like, that's a bad person. You can't get back from that. And unfortunately, a lot of America has to grapple with that right now. That there's just a lot of people in America that are just like, you know, just there's nothing. You did this you made this choice multiple times now. You can't. You have chosen continuous villainy. Like, you don't get to run it back anymore. we get what you are. It wasn't a mistake. It clearly wasn't a mistake the first time. You actively chose to hurt people this time, knowing that that's what would happen. So no, you're gone, right? But someone that is able to look at something and understand, like, this is something that. Sorry, I'm just slightly paranoid about one element of the game, real quickly. Gameplay. You can't change the puzzle difficulty, which means I can't see the puzzle difficulty unless I look at the load thing. No, it says puzzle hard. Okay. I don't know why. I kept thinking about the jukebox puzzle. I was like, is it actually on puzzle hard? But I guess the jukebox is up. But yeah, like a person that will choose to do a bad thing and feel nothing. That's a choice. You know, if they understand what they're doing is bad and choose to do it over and over and over again, that's a problem. That's something that needs to either be corrected or banished. But someone that is capable of a bad thing, whether their reasons are mixed or otherwise, people don't work like that. You know, people are not that easy to drill down. People can grow and can change. I will be super real for a second, perhaps more than I should be, especially on camera. Maybe a part of me needs this to be the case, because otherwise, what the fuck am I even doing anymore? But at the same time, I think the fact that I've had this so reinforced into me by someone that is incredibly smart and wise and worldly, is the evidence to me that I'm not just looking for an excuse. That I personally need to keep growing, will not stop growing, and am going to keep doing the right thing, not because I'm inherently, like, neither I nor anybody else can just definitively say I'm worthless, and that I'll never get better, and I'll never be better than anything, and that I can never grow and I can never change. That's a choice I have to make to continuously not change. By the way, I want to talk about this because I totally don't know how it slipped by me the first time. Such an idiot. That is the dress of the oh god, it's got a certain name. The incubator. This is the dress of the incubator, which is what Dahlia makes Alessa wear at the end of Silent Hill 1. This is ostensibly what the final boss is wearing before they transform into the final boss. Ostensibly. Of Silent Hill 1. Cannot believe I let that slip by me the first time. It's so overt. It's been a long time since I played Silent Hill 1. I apologize. But yes, this is the dress of the incubator. This is what I believe it's called, the dress of the incubator. It's something like that. But yeah, this is what Alessa wears right before she transforms into the weird demon man thing. It's very something. It's a lot of things, is what it is. Cannot believe I let it slip by me. But yeah, like at the end of the day, next strange photo is in apartment 102. Gotcha. And the sixth glimpse of the past is in apartment 213. So I need to check apartments 102 and 213. Gotcha. Okay. Understood. But yeah, like, I think it's both, it's interesting because I think this game is not fundamentally about revealing, oh, you were playing as a villain all along. I don't think that's the point. I genuinely do not think that was the point they were trying to throw home. That would be silly. That's not really getting at anything. That's not trying to illuminate anything. It's just saying, it's essentially just saying, it's wagging a finger, right? What he did was horrible, and there is no justifying it. But that's not, well, no, there is no justifying it, right? But there is an element of, like, if we weren't walking in a tormented soul's shoes right now, what would we be getting out of it? Right? The game is fundamentally about a broken person. And I think it's well, the thing that I think is fascinating about the idea that he's doing this process over and over and over and over and over again is interesting specifically because I think the town also is at the point of believing that he needs to get over it, that he's been here long enough, that he needs to get on with living, because whether or not you did a bad thing, you are still here. And until the day you die, whether you decide to make that call yourself or otherwise, not that that's a great choice, but it is a choice. Like, you are still here, so you can either choose to spend the remainder of your time making the most of it and trying to do better to atone, or, I mean, at that point, I guess you just give up. You give up, and you go for the in-water ending, which is clearly not what the town wants. Even though I do kind of still think the in-water ending is... It's both something that can happen at the end of a loop, and I think it's how this all started. Like, I think the moment that he drives into the lake is how we got, I guess. You know? So yeah, I'm utterly fascinated by a lot of that. I think the game's thesis is not, look at this bad man, he's a bad person, look at him, you should point at him because he's a bad man. The point of it is, he did a horrible thing. Something that most people would never even vaguely be able to entertain, let alone do, nor want to. But, like, he's living with it one way or another. He did a horrible thing. And also, again, someone that was actively choosing to be a filthy, disgusting, horrible person would walk away from that and go, I did the right thing. Fuck that bitch. And that's not what he does. You know, like, that's not how this plays out for a reason, because that would be a pretty insane thing to end the game on, wouldn't it? But, like, yeah, that little small spray they do now, that's new. Oh, look at how fast that comes out. Oh, yeah, the patterns are already getting nuts now that we're off the streets. Now that we're in the tight corridors, you can see 102. Yeah, I think it's a fascinating... It's both a fascinating thesis, and I think it's also an important message of, like, I fundamentally don't think this is a game about a person that is like, look at this horrible bad man, you should look at him, he's a horrible person. It's a game about acceptance. It's a game about growing past a horrible thing that you did. It's a story that's about trying to forgive yourself even after a horrible thing. And the thing is, James doesn't really get there in several versions of this thing. There's kind of only one where he does, you know? And that's rough. Like, and pretty much all the others is not, you know? He doesn't get there, you know? It's a losing game. It's a zero sum. But, like, there is something wonderful about there being a version of it that he doesn't. At the same time, I still kind of stand by my assessment that I kind of think the in-water ending is the most thematically appropriate and, like, the most interesting one, and I think it's kind of the best ending. Simply not because, fuck that guy, he kills himself, but because that's fucking bold to have a story be fundamentally about someone learning something like that about themselves and realizing, I did the worst thing I could have ever done in my entire life, and I will never be the same, and I will always hate myself, and go, okay, well, that's it, then. Fair enough. I have nothing left that I could do. I have nothing left to add. I have nothing left to change, and that's it. And that is fucking bold as fuck for a video game in 2001 when this originally came out. Like, not with this, but you know what I mean. Like, that is an unbelievable thing for them to just put there. And I still stand by, I think it's my favorite ending because of that. And it's not my favorite ending because, oh, fuck that guy. Yeah, he sucks. Fuck that guy. He's terrible. Yeah. You drive into that lake. That's not it. It's not spite. It's like, that's bold. Like, that's a crazy thing to end your game on. Right, we can actually get back to the upper floor now. And I think it's bold as fuck. It's really incredible that they went for that back when they did, you know. Even more so, like, they don't pull punches on this version of it either. Like, they don't cut back on it. It's what it is, you know. Honestly, something I'm overwhelmingly impressed by with this remake is just how much it doesn't pull punches. Like it not only doesn't pull its punches, it has things in here that are, like, in some ways, I won't say more haunting. Well, I mean, no, in some ways, listen, Bloober Team's excellence is, sorry, let me back that up for a second. The thing that Bloober Team has always been excellent at is sound design. And also environment design to some extent. But, like, that's never been on better display than here. And you could argue, yeah, but they're cheating. They're cheating off of someone else's design doc. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. They're literally cheating off the best test results you could ever do. But I don't think that takes away from what they did here and what they accomplished, you know? I really don't think that means that this isn't, as a work of art in and of itself, I still fundamentally believe this game and the original lift each other. They don't have to be in opposition to one another. They are both phenomenal pieces of art on the same core piece that elevate it in different ways. Both of them do things the other can't. And I think as a whole, look, I'm going to say something real quick before I turn this corner and look at a certain trapezoidic asshole that I think is important, because I think it's an important sentiment. And so is looking at him. That's also an important sentiment. The original game is not perfect. This game isn't perfect. Art isn't perfect. In fact, if it is, it's probably not very good art. Art, listen, I've had my fair share of, over the last few years, talking about art versus objectivity versus subjectivity, right? I'll be right with you in a minute, sir. Right? And, like, subjectivity, no, I'm not actually going to stand here and do this. This is good shit. I can keep moving while talking. Let's just give him his flowers for a minute. Let's let him just. Man, that controller shakes. I kind of want to hit him with the chainsaw later just to see, but I'll load the save after. Standing there between matches of Dead by Daylight. Anyway, like, subjectivity and objectivity have become very nebulous to me, right? I don't think a work of art can be objectively good. I think there can be things about it that can be objectively good, like the frame rate can be bad. Like, that's an objective. If the frame rate in your thing is tanking, that's an objective problem, right? If you can't even move, if you're swimming in frames at like 5 a second, yeah, that's a problem. That's an objective issue, right? But as far as the content goes, as far as the things that are in the art, as far as the things that make the art what it is, art is beautiful because it can affect different people in different ways. Something that you fundamentally think is, this is where that is. Which, for the record, I believe this one is, there's a bookshelf you can push that in the original game, that I believe that's what this one is. So the next equipment piece is the handgun. I will pick up what I was saying afterwards, don't worry. Okay. Then, okay. The next strange photo is in room 210. Gotcha. Okay. Art isn't inherently subjective thing. Something that you think is like just bad might affect another person in another way that's beautiful, right? Bad is so tricky, right? Because like even things that people revile can be good to someone. Sure, maybe there are things that like no one should ever speak of, right? I'm not exactly going to sit here and tell you that Serbian film has merits, for example. That might just need to go in a gutter. It's possible for people to make things that are just actually repugnant, like a David Cage game, for example. But, you know, things that actually say things that are terrible that no one should listen to, like a man that makes games where he says, "Oh, the women in my games are whores and I don't make games for fags." Once again, that's a real David Cage quote. That's not made up. I didn't make that up. You can go look it up. The full quote's worse, if you can believe it. And like, yeah, like obviously there's going to be shitty people. There's going to be shitty creators. There's going to be people that who make art that ultimately is like, it's doing what it's going to do, right? And maybe it's good, but at the same time, those pieces can affect people. I might not particularly care to admit it, but there were probably people that really liked Indigo Prophecy and didn't think it was really weird and kind of sexist. There are probably people who thought the same about Heavy Rain or Beyond Two Souls, which I think is way more sexist. But like, fundamentally, that's kind of the thing that makes art special, is everybody can get something different out of it. Even something that you think is like really bad can affect someone in some way. If a piece of art can touch one person in a positive way, isn't that what makes art art? Right? Like think about it this way. Like the over the last few years, AI art has become a very hot button issue. Sorry, generative AI has become a hot button issue. If you want to see a really interesting examination on it, you should go watch my stream of Alan Wake 2: The Lake House, or you can just watch the thing I'm going to do after I finish Silent Hill 2, which is I'm going to play all of Alan Wake 2 again on camera, DLC included, now that it's integrated into the main campaign, on Nightmare difficulty, which I've yet to do on a fresh save. So you'll get to see that again if you'd rather see it live. But anyway, do you want to talk about like what generative AI has done over the last while? Like it's taken real work from artists, right? And making rich people think they can cut out the people that make the art. But art is a thing that comes from the soul. It's not something you can replicate with a machine. It's something that people that want to share beautiful things with others make for the sake of it. Sending it off an assembly line to turn out via a robot that's just collecting data from other pieces of art and then just shoving them into a mosaic and hoping to God that it looks good. Like that's not really art. It's especially when it's corporatized, right? Like it's tricky because it's literally just regurgitating pieces of art that people have made and spitting it out onto a conveyor belt for people to like ultimately consume and drop. But like that's the thing, right? When I said a perfect piece of art probably isn't art, I mean that, right? Give me a second. Let's let a cool moment pass here. Okay, so this is the thing that I realized the first time. That I did not realize the first time. So I'm going to reload the gun. Watch this. I'm going to pull out the gun. I did not fire the gun just then. So what that is, I wonder, I kind of want to go back and look at my initial reaction to that moment. The first time that you pull out the gun and go to put it away, James fires it by accident. That's a thing that happens every time. That is explicitly to demonstrate he does not know how to use a gun. And actually, there's another tell of that, which is the fact that if you look at the way he's holding it, he has no trigger discipline. His finger is on the trigger at all times. That's not how you're supposed to hold a gun safely. You're supposed to keep your finger off the trigger. If you look at, say, Leon S. Kennedy in even Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is ostensibly his first day on the job, He's had weapons training, so he's not holding the gun like that. Neither is Claire, because just Chris taught her how to use a gun. But James clearly never used a gun before, so he's the whole game he actually does have his finger on the trigger. And the first time he holds the gun, it does actually fire a bullet. Every time. Now, that is interesting, isn't it? Because if you look around this room, in the first room where you get the gun, right? In the room where we've just established that the first time every player picks up the gun and loads it and tries to put it away, James will fire the gun. That's a mandatory thing. It will happen in every run. The room is covered in bullet holes. For every other player / version of James that went through this room, doesn't know how to use a gun, fires it off once, that's why the room's covered in bullet holes. Such a fucking great detail. Yet more evidence, by the way, of a loop. This is one of the coolest ones for me. Once I put that together. Like, oh wow, yeah, like it's actually about that. He is. This is all the players, all the versions of James that are going in here, accidentally firing off a gun because James doesn't know how to use the gun, so on and so forth. But anyway, yeah. So like as I was saying, if a piece of art that's objectively perfect, I don't think it's very good art, because art is inherently flawed. Art is something that we find meaning in based on its flaws and based on different things about it. And oh my god, that actually got me. Art is what we take away from something. As scary as it is, generative AI art may get to the place where it is able to properly replicate like what would pass as a real thing eventually. I think we're far off. I watched there's a fucking video I retweeted earlier that I laughed my ass off at, of like it's like, you know, one of those AI bros again. It's just like, look at this, Hollywood won't be able to match this soon. It's incredible. Hollywood's done for. And it's like this fucking clip of a lady running through like a red forest as like a monster man chases her. But like in every single time they cut away from the lady and cut back to her, it is a different lady. Like it's a different woman every time with a different face, and it was so funny. Like there's 7 or 8 shots where they cut away from and back to her, and it is clearly a different woman every time. It's so funny. So we're not getting there anytime soon. But nevertheless, I genuinely believe if generative AI gets to the place where it can generate what one could ostensibly call objectively perfect art, I think that's not art anymore. I think art has flaws. I think art is beautiful because of its flaws. Art is something that is hard to quantify. It is something that exists in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder and all that. Art is something that is hard to nail down. You can't say what is or isn't art, because that's different to every person, right? We should preserve art though, so people can make up their mind. That's why you should still be able to play the original Silent Hill 2, or it should be baked into this somehow. Like you should be there somehow. I don't know. The Medieval remake let you boot up the original game, so I don't know. Clearly, that's a thing we can do. I know Konami lost the source code and all that, but I don't know, man. Fucking figure it out. It's important. Kingdom Hearts lost the source code. They still managed to remake KH1. Well, remaster. Well, no, I mean, to be honest, to an extent, given the amount of stuff that they had to do for that, kind of was. They literally remade Kingdom Hearts 1 for 1.5. They literally did. They remade it. They made it again. It is remaster. It is remastered because it's the same visuals, but they had to make all those assets again, one way or another. You know, they tried to match them, but they did have to make them a second time. So yeah. But like, art is like this is why I've, especially in the last few years, become a lot less stringent on like what is objectively good or bad, right? I have issues with things still. I criticize. I think any person will when it comes to something that they care about, right? But like, largely you gotta understand that, hey, that makes more sense if you look in there first. That makes a lot more sense if you look in there first. Um, like art is something that is like, again, it's hard. If you could nail it down and quantify it, you wouldn't be you really then that art might not be very good. You know. Interesting. I think the fucking thing you dropped down that tube isn't in this room this time. Um, art has flaws. It's hard to say when something can be. Things can have issues, right? Things can be things can be objectively flawed in the sense of like they don't work correctly, right? A scene can be badly lit. The dialogue can be spelled incorrectly. Things like that. Those are objective flaws. But I think when it comes to the act of the art and how it exists, right? If a scriptwriter pulled something off for you personally, that works for you. It might not work for everybody else. That doesn't really mean it's better or worse, right? Like, I'm not really someone that vibes with fart jokes anymore, to be honest. I think it's a little played out. Occasionally, there's one that gives me a chuckle, but like, it's a little played out. I'm almost 30, you know. I've heard enough of them. I've, I get it at this point, right? So like, you know, it's that sort of thing. It just. But at the same time, there are still people that like that shit. And I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I can't say that they're wrong. If something makes you laugh, then that's all there is to it. It doesn't mean you're like a stupid person or anything like that. It just means everybody has different tastes. Some people's tastes evolve. The person that did like that fart joke might not like it in 20 years. You know, like that's just kind of how things work. People evolve, people change, people grow, or sometimes they regress. That happens too. Like even it kind of brings me back to what I was saying at the start of the Shadow Generations playthrough of like being a kid and like thinking Shadow is cool, and then eventually you get to a place where you think Shadow is lame, and then if you're like me, you get to that point where you're older, and now you circle back around and no, actually, never mind, Shadow is cool because I should embrace my cringe. Oh my god, Jesus, and like that's kind of the beautiful thing about. I missed. That's kind of the beautiful thing about art in general. Ah! That fucking recovery she does is so incredible. Ow! That fucking spinning pirouette recovery, like that's a fucking Kingdom Hearts style recovery. Like that's good. Aerial recovery. Hey, career's humble beginnings. 7. What are there 7 of in this image? I guess if you look closely, it looks like there's 7 things in the trash. Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to read the cipher at the end, which, yes, there is a cipher. And then we'll go over what exactly those all mean when I've got all of them. Although, now that I have gotten all of them, it's time for me to actually take the guide and carry that a little further. So let's see. What's the next one? And it wants to throw an ad at me. Great. Hello there. Man, that's an AC, all right. ACs have not changed much. 30 years have been, well, 40 years really. If I'm talking about the 80s. Let's see. So the next thing we're gonna get, this is a puzzle thing, so I don't need to worry about that. That's another key. The next memo is in the staircase. I don't need to worry about that too much. Oh no, it's not actually. Although it is in 3F. Interesting. So, there's that one too. Just tell me where the next like memory or whatever is. Interesting. Okay, well either way, pretty much. Oh, wow. Okay, sure. Doesn't look like there's anything else left in the apartments, actually. Okay, let me just check this guide, the written guide on where the glimpses are, so I can verify that. Because remember, apparently this guide has like an issue somewhere. Oh my God, it's 8:53. I have to go downstairs and fucking get my meds. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice the time. I will be right back. Okay, there we go. And the earbuds got a little time to charge. Everybody wins. Except for that kitty who was clearly comfy and has now wandered off into the dark. Come here, bud. All right. There we go. But yeah, like the dichotomy on what art is slash can be is like so tricky because it really is a different thing to every person, right? Like we hang the Mona Lisa in the Louvre for a reason, so people can look at it and make up their mind about if it is A, the greatest thing of all time, or B, somewhere in between, and also C, actually just a picture of a lady looking kind of like she's like a little constipated, but not really. That's a joke. I don't actually think she looks like that. I'm just being an asshole. But of course, that you know, like the thing is, like also art once it's out in the world sort of becomes what the people see it as, right? Like the artist, while they're still here, can, if they want, make changes. But like, you know, I can't remember if it's the Mona Lisa specifically that is the correct example, but I do believe there's at least some famous painting that's like technically unfinished. Like he didn't actually like the artist did not finish it. It might actually be the Mona Lisa, if I'm being honest. I don't remember the exact one, but like, let's be real here. He was probably just drawing a portrait of a lady, and he probably didn't think it was that great at the time. How could he? That's not that when people make things, they believe in them. They probably don't say it'll go on to be hung in a museum to the degree that the Mona Lisa is, right? But like, it doesn't really matter what he wanted it to be. It's everyone else's now, right? Like, we can look at an artist's intent and we can apply that and then try to take that in, but like, it won't really change how we view it at the end of it, right? Like, hello. Oh, you're not dead, are you? Goodness, James. Yeah, these are all done checked. Okay, but like, yeah, like art is this. Art is not one thing, right? But like, but you can't ask. A perfect piece of art is an inherently like fallacy. It's an idea that has fallacy just like from the outset. Art is not perfect. Art shouldn't be perfect. Like maybe on a level of scale, right? In terms of like, it should run. In the case of a game, it should probably look right. It should probably run right. You probably shouldn't look at. I strongly doubt anyone that worked on Jedi Survivor that part of their artistic vision was for the game to look like smeared paste on my TV. I don't think that was their goal, you know? But that's kind of how it came out, right? That's a technical objective issue, right? But like, or like, hey, listen, Sam's been going through Sonic Frontiers recently. I like that game a lot. Although you may recall at the end of that last run I did, I said, I like this game, I will never play it again. And that's true, I won't. Because that game has a lot of neat stuff in it that I do not feel the need to revisit for the rest of my life, because it is jank as well, right? But I'm really happy I played it, because it had a lot of great things in it. Even if there were also a lot of not great things in it. And oh my god! Oh, you bitch. Yeah, there's actually iframes on that finishing hit. There are actually iframes on it. She totally hit me during it, and it just got ignored. That's interesting. All right, now unfortunately, I didn't know this the first time, but there's a trophy for getting rid of all these balloons, and that's going to require bullets, unfortunately. This is a lot of bullets for hard mode. Sure didn't get a trophy there. Please tell me I didn't already get it, because that would be bad and embarrassing. Hold on, view all trophies. Oh no, I'm scared. Certainly doesn't look like it. Huh. I'm looking at the hidden ones right now. Uh, oh, that's right. They gave me the finish the game in under 10 hours trophy the first time I beat it, even though I was at fucking 30. I forgot about that. That's funny. Uh, huh. I'm not even seeing that trophy here. Here it is. Shoot all the balloons in the woodset department. Are there more in the room? I don't think I missed any. Did I? This is rough. That's a lot of bullets. Especially for it to not pop. One second, I'm gonna Google this real quick. Like if there's something I'm not seeing here. Uh, it's called Let's Not Party. Let's Not Party trophy. Let's see. Is there like another balloon somewhere? But yeah, while I'm waiting for that to load. Like the thing about art being a thing that comes from the soul and it comes from people wanting to make things to show other people to move them in some way, right? 11 balloons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, there are 11. You can find ammo in these apartments. Bullet, 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 bullet. I'm watching him shoot all of them. And the minute he gets to the last one, it immediately pops. Which of these doesn't look shot? I feel like they all look very shot to me, personally. Fuck. Dude, this blows. This sucks. Did they break this trophy in the recent patch? Damn. That's really rough, dude. I'm gonna Google not popping. Not unlocking. This is rough. Some people talk about having an issue with it. Autosave. Because I hit one of them with the melee weapon, it doesn't count. Damn, I'm all the way back here. Oh well, it is what it is. Better than nothing. Do it again, James. Come on. You know you want to. He's not going to do it this time. Interesting. He already did it in this session, apparently. I guess they probably figured if they don't let that go away, it'll be weird. But oh well. Yeah, it is. So apparently, it is actually explicitly because. Oh wow, he like stops. Apparently, it is actually explicitly because I hit one of them with it. That's rough. That's fine. We didn't actually do that much between that and last episode. Thank you. Thank you. Skip that. I like that they slow it down at the end in case you like put your hand on it and didn't notice, and you're like, "Oh fuck, I'm sorry." You have a chance to back it up. There we go. Although I believe there was more here, right? Which I think there was this room. Yeah, we need to get the other garbage chute object, right? So this is tricky because now I don't know, like, if I've already gotten certain things or not, or what. Freaked out. And, like, I'm actually a little nervous that now I've, like, actually gone into an area that, like, did I get this? Yes, we already got this in there. Okay, good. I'm just nervous that I, like, undid something that's, like, vital, you know? But, like, here's the thing, like, in terms of, like, the soul and the creation of art, right? Like, art really does come from the human soul. I really do think that. I think it has to. Otherwise, what are we thinking? I think when we get to the place of, like, I don't know, if we can get to the place of, like, AI not being, like, not meaning what it is right now, it's generative AI, and we get to a place where it's like, no, this is a thinking person. Like, right? If we get to Edie, if we get to Edie from Mass Effect, presumably without the sex bot angle, don't worry about that. Right? If we get to that, right? If we get to, like, thinking, breathing, thoughts, she's not really a sex bot. If you're not familiar with Mass Effect, you know, it's a joke. Anyway, if we get to that place, there may be an argument for, like, that type of AI, like a thinking, breathing robot that can actually think. That might be able to create art, you know? I believe in that. I fundamentally do. What we have right now, this generative shit, if you asked a generative AI that was capable of creating an entire video game, hey, I want you to make something like Silent Hill 2, you know what it's going to do? It's going to spit this back out. And it might even be a cool, moderately playable version of it. But that's just an echo of this. It's just this again. It can't give us something that's like, you know, it can't make something new. It can only make things that are something that it has been able to see before. If you ask it, hey, make me something like Silent Hill 2, it's probably just going to look like this. But that's just the thing you've already seen again. So, like, that's different, you know? But I do fundamentally believe that art, even if it makes it somehow makes a version of this game that's objectively flawless, that doesn't really make any sense to me. Because you've pulled the soul out of it. You've pulled the human element out of it, you know? Oh my god. That was close. Good. Strategic. Well, yeah, I think that's sort of the thing I wanted to drill in on. Not even really the AI angle of all this, to be honest. That's sort of a side component. But just like how art is not an inherently perfect thing, and I think these two games neither of them are perfect. You know, but that makes them able to complement each other in beautiful ways. You know. Got it. It was 100% that. It does say shoot all the balloons, so I guess. But anyway, yeah. So just like that's sort of what I'm trying to drill at. It's just like art can't be drilled down to this is good or this is bad all the time. Stream, what you doing? Hitting me with ample evidence that things are happening. Character move on the stream. Okay, he now has started to move. Okay, the fucking internet's freaking out right now. Hold on. How much footage did I just lose? Whoa, hold on one second. Sound on. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, no, I lost a lot of footage there. I mean, I noticed it immediately and I just started walking back and forth left to right. So like nothing actually happened. But like, wow, the internet was not happy for a hot minute there. Holy shit. My apologies. I mean, there's nothing I could do about that. That's just sort of how it be. But yeah, that was great. Because man, I certainly don't want to stop this stream and you know go back. Yeah. But anyway, sorry. The point is that like I think it's important that we can accept that art can be different things to different people, right? And that it's not always. I'm so far away from the concept of objectivity these days outside of like technical stuff. Like literally technical issues is where I view objective fact to exist now, right? There are some exceptions to me, like when, you know, a David Cage game decides to say literally any of the awful things that they often do. You know, like having a bad message. For example, like a little game called The Medium that some people that made this game might have heard of. That has some things in it, I would say, objectively speaking, are very bad. But that is an extreme exception. And I also think I'm very proud of the people that made this, who clearly learned a lot and not to make games that said things like that game did, that I will not utter here. But you know what? I can give props to a team that clearly grew and evolved, and I sure hope that that isn't immediately undone the next time they release another thing. And we suddenly find out that, oh, actually, no, this was a fluke. And no, actually, it is. They're actually going to go back and make something that's like really morally repugnant again. But I think it's hopefully fine. I choose to believe it. But yeah, like that's the thing, right? Art is what it's going to be, no matter what. And I hope more people can recognize that, like, there are pieces of art that may have affected them that don't affect others, and there's pieces of art that did not affect them at all that might change someone else's life, you know. And that's just what it is, you know, right? Like that's what it is. Art can't really be drilled down to good or bad that specifically in the same way that human beings can't either, right? Right? Like making evil choices is a choice, but a person can stop doing those at any time, right? And if they choose, what's the issue? If they choose to be better, let them try, you know? I think that's kind of the message of the whole game, right? Is like, just because you did a terrible, terrible thing, it doesn't mean you can never try again, you know? But anyway, let's get back on with progress, because this has been a wonderful tangent that I've really endured going through. But yeah, let's try and move again. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over again. This time's not going to be different. I'll be here watching. Funny thing about this note is, while it does not have the same aesthetic as the ones I pointed out that were James, I think this is James. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over and over again. This time's not going to be any different. And I'll be watching here. Either that was James or that's the town, like being very on the nose. But I think that is probably James in one of his states, in one of these loops of like being just so tired of this and done with your shit, but also both tired of his shit, but also tired of like this, you know. Or it could just be the town, or it could be unrelated. That's the best part, is that I can say that that's what it feels like, and it reads like that, but that's all up to interpretation, you know? And that's that. If it was anything more than that, I think the game would be in a worse place for it, you know? If it was more explicit, I think that would be bad for the game. You know? Anyways, I'm not saying we're not going to have more discussions about art. To be fair, like we're going to talk about these things a lot throughout the course of this run. But I felt like that was a particularly large tangent, and I might start spinning wheels at a certain point. All right. Now, I assume this puzzle's different. Right where the rooftops pierce through the night. Left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home? Oh, please, pray tell. Or a river of memory leading right to his house. Sweet kitty. All right, go on, bud. Okay. How do I want to do this? Okay, so if I recall, again, this is 5 weeks ago. If I recall how this worked, um, hmm. Oh, yeah, they've moved positions. 13. Okay, houses. How are we going to do this? Well, if you can't tell, this is the other reason why I stopped talking about tried. Oh no, we're doing it again. Stream. What are we doing? Jesus. Dude, I hate that it keeps doing that to me. That's so fucked up. Oh, dude, that fucked me up. That was like every time that the stream freaks out like that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, stream. Please stop doing that. Anyway, okay. So where's the next one? 11. Okay. That's 13 and 11. What next? I'm just checking where the next major item is. Like the next major photo and or memory is. Okay, interesting. The next glimpse is way in the other world, so I'm not worried about that. I would have missed that. Oh my god, it's doing it again! Load this video on my tablet at a higher quality. I'm going to drop that down to data saver on that. Just because, there. That shouldn't eat up internet quite as much. Although, again, people are working downstairs, so it's like, it's going to be what it is to an extent. Although it's usually never this feisty. But also, hey, maybe, I mean, this is almost a 5-hour stream. Maybe we will. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe my pals will hop on later, and then I'll hop off for the night a little early. I don't know. I'll have to see. You know, hi, bud. Don't come cuddle. Maybe this won't be quite a 9 to 10 hour thing. You know. I don't always have to be crazy about it. You know. Oh, hi. Hello. Shoving my face around. Hi, I see you. You're very sweet. Come here. There you go. Get comfy. Go on. Sit down. There you go. Okay. from here. It was 11, 13. There's one more somewhere. Trying to light on and off because that might help me spot certain things. If I see them fading in and out, you know. Oh, wait. Gotcha. 7. Okay. So, right where the rooftops pierce through the night, 13. Left me bound footprints. Right 13. Left 7. Home. River. Or river right to his house. Right, the third line doesn't have a direction, so it's right 13, left 7, and then right 11? 13, 7, 11? Right. It's probably not going to work now. Yeah, I got it. Right 7, 11. There we go. Gotcha. Nailed it. Thank you. Thank you. Now let me out. Gotta get out. Don't like that. Is that Buggos? I know you're in. There we go. Oh, hello there. Cool. Hello. Good. Yeah, I think this is my favorite survival horror game we've gotten in terms of playing it, in terms of, I mean, it was kind of already my pinnacle, right? 2001 onward, but now it's just like, and now it even plays better, and now I think we have two versions that complement each other, which is like the best type of world, or at least they should complement each other in a world where you can play both. Can't, so they kind of don't, which is rough, but I guess that you can't win them all, unfortunately. That's a shortcut. Also, and I still believe this, I believe it even more now. I feel like I probably didn't mention this because I felt like I said it a lot in the original playthrough, but I actually don't think that I would have, because I don't think that would have made sense. I think the biggest complaint I've seen with people talking about this game is fans of the original going, and they stretched it out so hard, and they made it so much bigger, and it's like they took so much from so little, and I'm like, yes, they did. And everything here is great. Great to fantastic. They go, yeah, but it's too much longer. Is that a flaw? And I say that as someone that, like, you know, often can't stand games that drag and overstay their welcome and, like, actively force you to stick with them longer than they need to, right? Longer than they can support, right? Like, let me give you a little window into my brain, okay? I really like Assassin's Creed, or at the very least, I used to. You know, before all the troubles. Assassin's Creed Origins was a very cool game. I thought it was very neat, but that I thought went on way too long. Way longer than the game could support. And I thought it didn't do a very good job of that. Funny enough, years after I played Odyssey, I checked my old save for Origins, and I realized that save is like 30 hours. And I went, wait, what? That game's only 30 hours when I played it? And I thought to myself, that's really not long. And also, Odyssey, it was like 100. Right? Why did Origins feel like 50 to 60, right? Why did it feel like that? And the answer is because that game has a lot of great points, but it cannot support the weight of what it wants to do. Odyssey is drastically longer, and I really dislike it. It is a 100-hour game that I think runs out of steam way earlier. I love Valhalla, which is like a 100, and I spent 200 hours in that game between that and all the DLC, right? And I love that game. You want to know why I love it compared to the other two? It's not because it's not because of the length. Because all of that stuff was way better than the last two. Like, I really like the stuff in Valhalla. I think it genuinely does more for the series than any game had in a long time. And it made me happy. There's great story stuff in there. And there's at least, it doesn't go far enough with the gameplay. But I do think there is at least an attempt to bring it back to, like, what the older ones did have. I think Mirage was a bit of a step back in that way, even though I do think the gameplay-wise, they brought it backwards in the correct way. But, like, overall, I was like, Valhalla was a really great time, and it felt like it respected my time, and it cared about, like, what it asked me to do a lot of the time, which is, I don't think a lot of people hold that opinion, to be honest. I think a lot of people just see it as long for the sake of long. I actually don't think it is. I think that length is largely justified by a lot of great characters, a lot of neat arcs, and a lot of well put together set pieces that, like, do ask interesting things of you. I think there are better games in the series in terms of playing them, for sure. But I also think that they did some really cool stuff in there, too. The length didn't hurt that game because I liked what I was doing. I had a good time. This game, I genuinely think, here's the thing. If you ask someone who played this one, right, who did not get to play the original because, shocker, they can't. There's no reasonable way to do it if your PC can't do it. There are driver issues. My PC can't run the original version. My PC, I've had Silent Hill 2 installed on my PC for like 8 years. It's never run. My PC's old. Driver issues. Doesn't work. It's a lot more recent than 2001, but like sometimes compatibility issues happen on PC. Like, this is not a one-size-fits-all thing, right? Sometimes games just have issues on certain setups, especially older ones. So ostensibly, a game that's largely just gone to a lot of people, right? If you ask the people that played this game what they thought of it, I promise you they're not going to say it was too long. They're never going to look at... If you look at them and you say, oh my... If you look at them and say, yeah, it was pretty good, but, you know, it was really padded in all these areas, and, you know, it makes you spend way too much time in certain places. Oh, God. They're going to look at you like a deer in headlights and be like, what are you talking about? Oh! Damn, this is what I get for talking and having a discussion philosophically while this is happening. They're going to look at you. Wait, how far back am I? Oh, right at the staircase. Oh, okay, damn. Yeah, I guess I did just say that. They're gonna look at you like you're a deer in headlights. Cause, like, yeah, if you tell them... Here's the thing. My issue with it is it's asking a question of, like, how long is the game? And it's like, yeah, what pads these segments out a lot, right? And it's like, okay, sure. Is it longer than the original? Does it take these segments and it makes them bigger? Yes. Tell me which part of these segments that's bigger is inherently bad. Which of these parts didn't need to be there? I don't think you can answer that question. They're all really well put together. Oh my God. I'm not saying everything in this game is like a masterpiece. Hell, I've been talking for hours about how things with flaws are better than things that are perfect. It's what real art is, right? But like, I genuinely don't think you can point to a specific major segment and be like, yeah, this whole thing, you cut that. Like, do you think it should be cut because it's longer than the original, or do you think it should be cut because it's actively bad? I don't really think I can think of a single segment in this game that I think is actively bad. Like, doesn't work, feels like you're being frustrated for the sake of frustration's sake, you know? Fuck. Everybody failed their charisma, their dexterity check there. Charisma check. I was in the middle of a fight, okay? Alright. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll go tonight. We'll see. Don't think we're gonna go non-stop infinite on this one, you know? There's no real need, given that we've, you know, even though I'm still slightly concerned about getting those two final endings spoiled, if I manage to stay away from this long, I'm most likely okay, you know? That was a situation where I threw a quick turn. Wait, what? What happened? But yeah, like, I really don't think... I could not in good faith tell you that there's a segment in this game that's bigger and longer just for the sake of it. If you ask someone who played through just this one, they're not... Oh my god! They are much more willing to attack in pairs. Damn, the melee run would be nuts when there's more than one. Ugh. Oh my god, we all missed. I don't think longer for the sake of longer is a good thing in general. That's generally I'll be the first fucking person to tell you that. If I think a segment is bad or like it's padding or if it's like, yeah, you didn't need this good. I can't think of anything like that. That made me go, yeah, that was just longer for the sake of it. That was just longer because you felt like you had to get a little more hours out of it. I really don't think that. Like, if you took the original game out of existence and this game came out today and this was all you had, I don't think anybody would even breathe that complaint. They'd be like, wow, this is a perfectly paced video game. I don't know if it's a perfectly paced video game. There are probably a couple slightly meandering moments, but the thing is, that's also the original. And also, I think the game would have missed the point without those. I think they would have been not... I don't think that it would be a good sign if the game never had stuff like that in it. That probably would mean that they, oh my god, we're actually that low. Jesus Christ. That would probably mean they did something wrong. But I also don't think there's anything here that I would really cut. I can't think of it. Are there probably bits that are a little slower than others? Probably. Could I genuinely point at a single scene, moment, or sequence and be like, yeah, you should get rid of it? No. I can't. I really can't. I really can't. There's nothing in this game that makes me want to go, yeah, I hate that part. I don't want to do that again. The closest I get to that is the prison. But when I say I hate that part, I don't want to do it again, that's not me saying the prison is bad. That's me saying the prison fucked me up to a degree I have not felt in a horror game in a long time. and it's the best segment in one of these things I've in a horror game I've played in fucking years. It is bar none the best horror sequence I have played in a long time. I was wrong. No, I wasn't. But I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more. Something more blood first. Sinister. When is the next note of interest? Right, the next glimpse of the past is explicitly at the apartments. The other apartments. The other world one. I still think about how that's a complaint, is that they blew their first Otherworld reveal moment with the trophy. But hey, guess what? That's a one-time thing. And also, it's kind of external to the thing itself. If anything, that's a trophy designer's like fault, you know? That's kind of separate from the work, though. You know? I guess it depends on if you view a trophy as an external piece of something. You know? Not hanging out there anymore. Bloody apple. In you go. But yeah, so I don't really vibe with anybody that's like, oh, it's so much longer, and they padded it out, and it's so many sections that don't need to be there, and I'm just like, literally point to a specific segment and tell me that the segment was bad. Don't tell me it's new. New doesn't mean bad. Clunky, aggressively, weirdly designed, and makes you do something that's actively unfun. That's a bad segment in a game, right? Something that feels like it's throwing something at you that feels unreasonable, right? Something that doesn't feel even fun anymore. Genuinely, like, although, of course, the trick is, like, with horror games, fun becomes even more objective. Fun becomes even more subjective because, like, fun isn't the goal here, right? Fun is not the goal in a horror game. Unless your brain works like mine, in which case the act of running through it and conserving ammo and all that jazz is fun, right? Thinking about how many bullets you have, how many health items you have, that balancing act is the joy, right? But like, that's also like not necessarily the case for everybody, right? Like, for some people, they like the horror games, but they like the pants-shitting terror, and if they drop from that for a second, they're not as in, right? I don't think this game drops from that. I think this game is incredibly good at maintaining that shit. Let's just quickly grab that coin. Hello. Is that the third coin? It is the third coin. Or sorry, no, it's the second coin. Which of course means, yeah. I was going to say maybe we'll finish the apartments and stop, but then I realized the apartments also includes the other world, so maybe it'll be a little before that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I don't know when we'll stop for that, honestly. Having said that, I do kind of feel like I gotta eat something soon. There's old Eddie. Yeah, and this time I'm seeing the guy. And of course, Eddie has a detail that I think is incredibly smart in this version. I don't remember if I talked about it the first time, if I called it out, if I understood it at the time. But I do now. I may have noticed it, but I definitely didn't notice it enough.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Which is that Eddie's breath is
Okay?
frosted.
I didn't do anything. He was like
Because
that when I
throughout
got
the
in.
whole game, he's in the
Oh,
freezer.
you mean the man back there?
His Silent Hill is he's
I
in
didn't do it.
he's
I
in
swear I
the cold
didn't kill
storage.
him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Oh, Eddie.
Eddie. Okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No, I'm not even from this town. It's just,
Something brought you here.
yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town. There's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And, Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, Eddie's breath is frosted because he's literally in the freezer the whole time. Granted, he does mention the fridge, right? So he's obviously saying certain things, but his Silent Hill is ultimately a frosted, cold place the whole time, you know? Question, as I look at this real quick. It does kind of look like I've done all the rooms. And I've got the key to 201. I almost forgot about that. In the upper area up here, I don't think you can actually get to most of those rooms, if I recall correctly. I don't think it works like that. Yeah, I think we can open 201. Do I have the 201 key? Is that what it is? I clearly don't, actually.
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Good job, Eddie. For now, anyway. There were 2 in the pool originally. There are 3 now. No, I might be making that up. No, okay, no. I was thinking of it wrong for sure, yeah. Come here! Ow. Well, there's some stuttering here. This area is clearly not holding up well. Oh, you little shit! Ah! Fuck. Now, are y'all coming up? Damn, I messed up there. Oh. I'm. Damn. That was bad. That was bad. I got one of you. I got one. No issue. Yeesh. Yeah, that did it. Oh yeah, this game's a lot better on hard mode. That's what I want. This is the desperation. This is the struggle. Hey, this is the actual original Silent Hill map. Like like this is the original one. I guess you can't open it up and compare it anymore, but still. Kind of funny that outside that door is the next place to go. Maybe funny is not the right way to put it. Just like, I don't know. So goddamn, that fog's incredible. That's our last coin, by the way. Isn't it? It's pretty funny in hindsight that I clearly ran around this place for a long time, not realizing I had all the coins, right? Like I literally had all the coins, but I was like, well, there must be more because there's 5 slots. Therefore, nope. Actually, no, sir. I don't think I really thought about how bad that must be to watch until just now. Like I actually did, it didn't even occur to me, like how rough that must be to look at. Was it? It was this way, right? No, it was upstairs. Okay, not the coin slots. I mean that one door just yet to open. Although, wait, is that not something you unlock later though? I don't remember anymore. How do you get the 201 key? I feel like I must have gone by the 201 key. Now I feel like as I try to skim the video, check that. Of course, I get another ad. Oh my God. And then it plays another one. Yep. Not like I'm trying to be fast about this or anything. Not like I'm trying to do something here. Thanks for that, YouTube. Okay, we're thumbing back through. Okay, yeah, never mind. 201 is explicitly the reward for the coins. Gotcha. Then, okay, got it. Um, okay. Getting to dead ass 0 health items actually makes me really happy, given how comical my supply of them was in the original. Like, comical. Absolutely comical. I think I had like fucking 20 plus needles at a certain point and like 50 health drinks or whatever. Like it was ridiculous. So apparently this coin puzzle also affects the 3 base game endings. Like the one you pick for the last puzzle is actually the choice. Like you're choosing who's guilty, right? But yeah. But anyway. I'll just quickly check something again, which is the locations of the glimpses, so I understand how many are in each area. So there's one in these apartments, and there's one in there's 2 in the next zone. There's 9, 10. There's 9 and 10 in the South Vale, the West South Vale, Western South Vale. Jesus Christ. Western South Vale. Of course, I'm getting fucked up on that. Anyway, but no, I don't actually need to worry about that right now. Okay. In the shade, one doth remains. One once so gallant has fled from day's sheen, as far as he could from the icon of sin. I think this is also harder now. The one once so gallant has fled from day's sheen, meaning from the icon of sin. The one whom he swore to shield in her life now lays in a grave far away from his sight. What about this one? far away from his sight. Implying maybe it's a matter of... But then what about the snake? Yet within the shade, not one doth remain. Is that all you get for the... The one once so gallant has fled from day's sheen as far as he could from the icon of sin. The one whom he swore to shield in her life now lays in a grave away from his sight. Away from the light. Fled from day's sheen. Would that not be here? Because the moon and the sun up there, right? Oh, fuck. I forgot that these had backs to them. Night. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Far as he could from the icon of sin. And then now lays in a grave. Within the shade, not doth one remain. Once so gallant has fled from day's sheen as far as he could from the icon of sin. The one whom he swore to shield in her life now lays in a grave away from his sight. By the way, it's talking about James in case you hadn't figured that out somehow. The one once so gallant has fled from day's sheen as far as he could from the icon of sin. Within the shade, not doth one remain. Oh yeah, you can tell we're on puzzle hard. On hard puzzle difficulty. I'm amazed they were able to pull something this much more complicated out of it. But is it complicated? Icon of sin. What would we qualify as the icon of sin here? Would that not be the gravestone? Wait. Now lays in a grave away from his sight. Unless that's the flower. Wait, it says gallant. It doesn't actually mention anything about a knight. Where did I get that from? Yeah, I completely invented that. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. But there's nothing here to do with it. Okay. What are we doing here? Away from day's sheen. The one whom he swore to shield in her life now lays in a grave away from sight. Oh, this is devious. This is devious. Okay. Fled from day's sheen as far as he could from the icon of sin. Not doth one remains in the shade. Wait. Meaning he's not all the way over here. There's no shade on this side. Fled from day's sheen as far as he could from the icon of sin. Now he's in a grave away from his sight. This is tricky. Bright coins. In the shade, not doth one remain. One once so gallant has fled from Daeshun as far as he could from the icon of it. As far as he could implies like the other end of the board is the problem. The one whom he swore to shield in her life now lays in a grave away from his sight. This counts as shade, though, is the issue, right? But where does the middle one even fit in? One wants so gallant, far as he could from the icon of sin. Is the snake the sin? Is that how that works? Like, is that like some original sin shit? I don't know how that shit. So, one whom he swore to shield in her life, and lays in a grave away from his sight. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a hint. I'm gonna allow myself a hint. All right, let's see. I'm gonna allow myself a single hint. Okay. The man is definitively here. That's the hint I'm allowing. I get one. Get the rest. Not doth one remain in the shade. But this is shade, is it not? Okay, then apparently that was apparently it. I'm gonna be real, I don't get it, but that's fine. His blade strikes that which from the roots doth rise, followed by guilt and the mark of demise. The life he once had, the life he once had, he has left behind. Where once there was love, now a stone resides. Okay. Blade strikes. From the roots doth rise, followed by guilt and the mark of his demise. The life he once had is left behind. Where there was once love, a stone resides. You can hear his breathing during all this, which is interesting because it's just him getting frustrated. I don't fucking get it. God damn it. Now a stone resides. Followed by guilt and the mark of demise. Flower? Hey, there we go. He kneels by the crown that casts a cruel shade onto the visage of her who did fade. By them not a soul, not a sight, nor a sound, and yet evil slithers upon radiant ground. He kneels by the crown that casts a cruel shade. By them not a soul, nor a sight, nor a sound, yet evil slithers upon radiant ground. Not sight nor sound. Could that be implying like her cloth that's covering her ears and her eyes? I don't know. Evil be Slytherin though. Oh jeez. Evil do be Slytherin though. Hmm. He kneels by the crown, but casts a cruel shade. Would that be the tree? I suppose you could argue it's crown-like. By them not a soul nor a sight, not a sound, and yet evil slithers upon radiant ground. And that one's got to be right. Kneels by the crown, but casts a cruel shade onto the visage of her who did not fade. Okay. Not a soul, nor a sight, nor a sound onto the visage of her who did fade. Kneels by the crown. Hey, the beast that from death and decay had spawned, he who has failed, she who's now beyond. Now you pass the judgment on figures of play, and choose where the burden of sin doth lay. I see. Who is the most? Who has failed? She is now. Who's beyond? Oh wait, but which side in this argument is the most guilty? Is it right to left or left to right? Is it most or least? The beast that from death and decay had spawned, he who has failed, she who is now beyond. Oh, gotcha. Who has the most? Who has the most sin? Okay. Well, I suppose if the goal is to kind of see if we can finagle it to the Maria ending somehow, I guess I should do this, even though I don't agree with it, but you know. All right. Okay, good. Next up. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Man, I sure would like some healings. I sure would like me some health drinks. They did such a good Foley sound on the cardboard on the map folding up, unfolding and refolding. It's real good. It's real good. Yeah, actually, my stomach is killing me, so I'm gonna grab some food, and then I'll be right back. It'll give the a chance to charge. So, be back soon. It took slightly longer than I expected it to. It was a bit of a weird thing with the sync. It's fixed now, but it's fine. You know, the sort of thing you want to nip in the bud quickly, so to speak. Okay. Food is here, though I should definitely grab the other controller. And I should also sound test. Go. Probably wouldn't have been the worst idea in the world to actually put it on the goal first, but you know, what do I know? What the fuck do I know? I'm just sitting here having weird philosophical discussions about art in the face of a game that I think pretty much everyone in the world has already pretty much said is that. As if I'm, what, somehow against anybody. I guess that's not really true. There's been a little bit of pushback on this, which I've been surprised by. As the person who expected to be the pushback, who expected to be the one-man pushback, like that's where we were at a certain point. Okay, admittedly, I was never going to be the one-man pushback. At the time when I thought that was going to be this was going to be a pushback thing, it seemed pretty universal. Let's not kid ourselves. This game overcame an enormous amount of scrutiny. Am I even going the right way? Oh, right, I am trying to get to the end of Port 2, huh? Again, eating. But my movements look weird. Yeah, they will. I need to be reminded of something real quick. Huh. I just can't read it again. Was this the room that? Yes, this is the room that they stayed in. Uh-huh. And if we go in here, I would like to implore anybody watching the VOD or even the live one to back that up slightly, because if you think you heard a breath just then, you did. That was Mary's last breath that she took in this bed. Well, actually, no, I don't know if she died in this bed, but she definitely died. They stayed in this room, at the very least. Therefore, he walks in and he hears her last breath, which was, yeah. Now, Caitlin actually pointed out something in the scene to me that I totally missed. There, right away, down the hatch. So I props to Caitlin for noticing this one. I guess it's technically not this scene, but you'll see what I mean. By the way, when I was watching Pat play through this, the most stunning moment, I think, all year was him finishing this scene and going, that's a dramatic improvement on the original. And him saying that directly was like, whoa. And honestly, he's right. God, it's so good. They get it. You can give a fuck. I'm done with this. I'm sure we talked about it a lot in the original run, but like PH is like a symbol of James's desire to be punished is like one of many reasons why it's like genuinely so. I forgot you could technically miss this. So weird that over the years he became just the Silent Hill thing when he was supposed to just be like, you know, he was supposed to be literally, he's like intrinsic to James. At the same time, doesn't mean he's the only character that can see him, but he is like intrinsic to him. But in the same way, but also that's not that odd because we're able to see Abstract Daddy, right? And that's Angela's thing. Eddie's thing, weirdly enough, seems to be himself, or even James, right? Right, and like. But clearly we can see each other's shit when we invade too deeply. Like Walter Sullivan from 4 technically saw PH. It's established in one of the notes somewhere, I believe. Yeah, Caitlin pointed this out to me. Either that or I forgot. Because looking at it again, it is kind of overt. Maybe I can go back and check my footage and see if I said anything here. But, yeah, clearly on his side, he took a swing. Like, what we saw was not the same thing he saw. He took a swing. But the metaphysics of how the two places and spaces intermingle are, you know, unclear at best. Yeah, man, it helps the mood so much more when I don't get a fucking trophy in the corner popping that says, like, yo, what up, you entered the Otherworld segment. Like, what the fuck, man? Don't tell me that yet. Let me walk into this hallway first and go, oh. You know? Right? Let me walk around a minute and go, oh, I see. Right? Rather than before the game's even loaded back in, I get a trophy that says, "Congratulations, you made it to the other world." Why would you? Why would you do that? Like, literally, why would you do that? That's bad for returning players, but it is especially bad for new players. And back up. Stinky. Icky pooey. It's so amusing to me that his trigger discipline never gets better. Like, he keeps it the whole time. Not in the sense that he would suddenly know. Right? To be fair, in his situation as a normal-ass person, I can see... who's probably never touched a gun in his life before, right? I can absolutely see the thought process, if you don't know, being, well, shit. I guess I better keep my finger on the trigger the whole time in case I have to shoot, right? To be fair, imagine that's how anybody that doesn't know what a gun is thinks. I do think trigger discipline is weirdly, I wouldn't say baked in now. See, I was about to say something silly. I was about to say, I think everybody knows that you shouldn't keep your finger on the hammer at all times now. And then I thought to myself, what the fuck is wrong with you? Of course that's not the case. Americans exist. Also, they're literally getting rid of the Department of Education. Like, not only are they not gonna know this, they're gonna get way worse at knowing basic things like this. Oh wow, that actually still got me. Holy shit, he hit his friend. Did that hurt them? Oh! Oh wow. Okay. Fair enough, bro. I gotta say, I'm now noticing the checkpoints can be a little ruthless. But hey, I mean, I kind of like that. There we go. To be fair, I'm doing this on my other controller, which means my dodge is not where it normally is, so my reaction timing is going to be off. Oh, Jesus! I shoved that one in my mouth in a weird way. Like shot straight between the cracks of the crack of my teeth. Not in the space they're not. It's supposed to go. Be willing to shoot the gun, asshole. It's there for a reason. Drank. All right, bitch, come out. Oh fuck! No! Oh! That shit. Oh! That recovery is very impressive. Goddamn. Oh, again, eating. I used to get self-conscious about eating on stream. Like, oh no, someone's gonna judge it. But like, this shit's so casual. That's the point. Every time I make these like try to be professional, they get worse. Even though I have been cooking an idea, like a sort of stream idea. It might not even be a stream, to be honest. There might be some parts of it that are streamed, but I think it might actually be my first like real play at like making something. I don't want to call it content. I feel like some people might, but I want to put like some real effort into like a sort of, I don't know how to describe it. I kind of want it to be a surprise. Anybody that's not like a friend, right? There may be some voice acting. I may ask some people to do some voice acting. It would go up in episodes outside of maybe the first and last one. Those might be streamed for the sake of ease and explanation. I don't know. It's just one of those. It's one of those times I had a rare idea where I'm like, oh, I can actually do something that's a little more than just play something, right? Ultimately, still more in this format, right? But like something that I feel like would be, you know, it could be really special. I don't know about really special. Well, if no one ever watches it, I'm fine. But like, I really want to do it. Because just to me, just because to me, like, it sounds fun and it feels creatively interesting in a way that I haven't gotten to really do much. Create. I mostly just do this. It would be piggybacking off someone else's work, but it's a piece of art that I adore, and I kind of want to give something back to. And also, I don't monetize any of this shit, so like, I wouldn't make money on it, I imagine, right? It'd purely be for me. Honestly, I bet no one would even watch it, but I think it would be very fun for me to do. And if anybody any of my pals would like to help, I would appreciate it. But I also feel weird about asking, because I don't know. I don't want to forcibly pull anybody into my shit, because it's not always what everybody else wants. But I figure some people might want to. Give them the chance. I still need to figure out how I would do it. I kind of need to like figure out how I would script it out. I think most of it would be improv, but some of it might be scripted. Lightly scripted. It's tricky because like everybody else would be doing something mostly scripted, but the script is already done in the sense that like it exists already, right? It's in an existing piece of work, but like I would be doing improv. Like I would be doing, you know, a lot of fun stuff on the side. And I would allow some improv from anybody else that wanted to as well. But mostly, I just think it'd be really cool. It involves one of my favorite games ever. I'm being vague on purpose because I kind of want to keep it a surprise. It's one that I bought a collector's edition for earlier this year, and it finally shipped out recently. Like one of those like advanced ones, like, you know. I went out of my way to get it because it's like, oh my god, it's finally getting a physical release, and I just feel like I want to do something with it. Something a little more than just stream it and shit and be a shitheel, you know? I don't know if piggybacking is the right word. I want to make something that's a little additive to it, even if it's just for me, you know? First comes their leader, most crucial, his quest. His pace slow but steady, now he's heading west. The nimblest one climbed, stumbled through thin air. He's not fallen yet, but he's halfway there. The one that remains can't make up her mind, 25 steps ahead or 5 steps behind. Remember how I did this the first time and I just slammed the clock to the correct time first try by accident? Remember that? I wouldn't say that unless I did it and it was on camera, but it was on camera. I couldn't believe it either. In hindsight, I assumed that that clock thing was like probably a lot simpler than it was, and that I wasn't that impressive. Having now seen other people do it, actually, it was mad impressive. Yeah. Oh. PH is just down there for hours setting that shit up. You come into my house. Ah. But yeah, I feel like it would be something really creatively invigorating for me, and it's something I rarely do. Create. And I just got that. I so rarely get an idea like that, right? I'm not really a creative person, I think, in general. Shut the fuck up. I like that that's the part that got his attention, the H. Not the banging. Certainly not that. But like, I don't know, it's one of those things where I had this as like a stroke of idea. Stroke of idea. I had this idea like somewhere a month or so ago. And I think I thought it was silly at the time. And ever since the package shipped out, and it won't be here for weeks either way. But I had this thing in my head of like, no, I could do this. And to be fair, oh fuck. Son of a bitch. To be fair, when I first thought it up, I kind of thought it would be a one-man show. And to be extra clear, at this point, it still is, because I'm not like actually at the place of asking any of my pals to do it, because it feels like a lot. At the same time, well, no, it's actually not a lot. It's kind of the thing, is it's actually relatively small what they would have to do if they wanted to, right? Like it's a very small amount of, I wouldn't even call it work. It's like a couple minutes of voicing a few characters a piece amidst large swaths that are just me, and then they wouldn't even be there for the rest of it. I don't know. I'm getting really attached to the idea because I want to give something back. I want to give a piece of me back to this thing that has really affected good change in my life and made me. Oh my god! I actually got a bug to hit me for once. And it really made me want to, like, make something, I guess. I don't know. I never thought that would be me, but I don't know. Man, if you're watching this years from now and that thing is already out, go watch that thing that is sequential on my channel, or there are relatively short videos of. That's, let's say somewhere. Let's just say this. It'll never go over 22 minutes. Well, some of them might, but largely they won't. And if that's not enough of a hint for you, I don't know what would be. Man, playing this game makes my eating go slow. It almost makes me wonder if it'd be more beneficial to just like stop, eat, like just eat, be on pause, and then come back. If the multitasking is actually doing more harm than good, I don't know. Admittedly, some games are easier to eat on than others. This would be one of the hardest. Maybe not hardest, just like super not built around that, obviously. All right. Oh. Thank you, autosave. Motherfucker. Yeah, you know what? It actually still does work because there are moments when I'm playing, I'm looking around, and like I look at one thing, he looks another way, and it still works that way. I still am getting those moments of like letting him look at something for me, you know? And it telling me where it is, you know? Like that, like even just there, I didn't really notice it until he did. Ah. The other thing about eating on stream is just the like, I think especially at my level, anybody that is looking, it's just kind of like, I don't know, man, you gotta eat. I hope. That fucked with me. I really thought something was there. Isn't this just into this hallway? No, actually. Not at all. Hey, we're actually getting numbers again. Yeah, that's another one where he pointed it out to me. If y'all would like to continue staying dead, that would actually be a real big help. Now, I know I said fart jokes aren't funny, but for some reason, when I heard that sound, my brain went, Pyramid Head just ripped one out like crazy. So clearly, I'm not that mature. You have to like firmly bump a door for him to mark it. All right, who wants to go? I know you're here. Really, it's lower this direction, huh? I'm really surprised you didn't get up. Yeah, put the blue gem in there. That's it. Totally. I'm almost done eating. Honestly, you know what? There's barely anything here left. Just let me scarf it down and then get back to regular pace. There we go. Oh, that's hot. Woo! That's what I get for eating it too fast. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. And then I realized the bowl is still right here waiting to be knocked over. God damn it. Well, let me just. All right. There we go. Okay. Lift the kitty. He is fine. There we go. Yeah, there you go. You're all right. You're comfy. Aren't you a sweet boy? Oh, big yawn. Oh, I cannot believe this cat sometimes. He's just so perfect. Okay. Okay. I think we're about good. All right. All right. Oh, I see. It's just back in here. My full pace is back. Good. Well, full is a big word. It did not get that key. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, this. That's nice. I like that. Draw that shit up. Radio? You know, I gotta say something that I really appreciate, and I'm not really sure how they're accomplishing it, if I'm being brutally honest. Most games that do a hard mode make item scarcity so high that it just feels ridiculous. Like it, to the point where it almost feels artificial. like Last of Us Ungrounded or whatever. Like that shit is just like, oh my god! Like you can give me a bullet somewhere, and it's like, no, actually, we will not. I played something recently that was also like that. What was it? I'm trying to remember. That definitely wasn't Metaphor, despite playing that a lot. I'm not sure, but either way, like inventory management. Oh no, it was probably the lake house, I think. Where it just felt like, yep, open every little thing, and it's like, no, nothing. Hi, hello, bullets that will cause everything behind me to wake up. Did I say you could wake up? And his ass was asleep on the job. Ah, god damn it. You know, going through this game at the pace that was like clearly actually intended as opposed to my pace, it's you know, if anything, I, as the person that spent 30 hours in this game the first time because I was checking every nook and cranny, I feel like I should definitely be maybe not the authority, but in authority on, like, if the game was too damn long, and if I felt like any section dragged, like, yeah, I dragged them out. It was great. Oh, hi. Oh, my. Fuck. Oh! Oh my god! I mean, that's fair. I could just kind of stand there and take that time. Hey, enemies are getting me, which is what I wanted out of this game's hard mode. Threat, as opposed to literally such a... Oh, fuck. This is even before the fucking eat break. Or before I finished eating. Shit. But hey, listen. Consequences. They can be okay sometimes. Man, the no ammo run for this game really would be crazy. Like that is an extra life stream. That sounds fantastic. Let me just ask a question for the trophies. Let me just peek at something. I want to see that one trophy that's like, yo, you beat the game without ever getting, where is it? Without using ranged weapons. Okay, without killing enemies using ranged weapons. I'm very curious about what the range of that is. But so that would mean you could say spend a bullet or shoot at like environmental stuff, as long as an enemy did not die. I would assume as long as an enemy did not take a bullet either. Like if it took any damage from a bullet, I imagine that counts, right? You shoot other stuff, yeah. And the process of getting the hunting rifle would just feel like the most limp shit ever, huh? All this for that. Damn, I was way too close. Yeah, it's interesting. The amount of bullets you have to put into them hasn't changed. It's just their patterns and like how fucky they are. And honestly, that's my favorite version of this. That it has nothing to do with like how much you're spending on them. Nothing to do with giving them more health, making them more spongy. It has to do with no, they're fuckier now. And yes, we're using that as the technical term, fuckier. Honestly, it makes me even more excited. Honestly, it's great because it means that even though I'm playing it as it is right now, like I really am playing the game on a regular save that just happens to have new options, you know? It doesn't feel like the drops are comically low. You know, like I feel like I'm actually getting stuff. Admittedly, the viciousness of the enemies kind of demands it. Like if they're gonna let them be fucky like that, like yeah, you need to give health shit, you know. Also, it's very clear that there was like an intent, not just an intent, but like probably an entire overserial staff dedicated to you do not make this a fucking action game. It will never be an action game. That's not what this is. It's not. It shouldn't be that. And honestly, yes, correct. It should never be an action game. But they made the basic flow of just having a three-hit combo feel very dynamic in the way that the original game's combat was, you know? Like it is genuinely, it feels good in a way that's very limited. But it doesn't have to, it's not really limited, it's not fleshed out. But it's crazy that I, as someone that's like, yeah, give Dante more moves, is also like, yeah, James has enough. like that's wild to me. Like, I'm the guy that played Final Fantasy 16, and my biggest issue, and there are quite a few, let's be honest. I like 16. I do like 16 a lot, but there are issues. There's issues. But like, mine mainly are you get through Clive's base moveset, and then I'm like waiting for the next 80 hours to get the rest of it. And around 50 into those hours, I realized, actually, no, to be honest, it was a lot sooner than that. Oh, this is it, huh? And now it's a bunch of cooldown moves, which are all awesome, but fundamentally not enough for his basic moveset. All right, bud, come on up. Oh yeah, there we go. I guess I'm waiting. You want your blankie? Is that what you want? There you go. Is that what you wanted? You want to be covered up? There you go. Good. That gave me time for that asshole to retreat his venomous shit. You know what? Is it vomit? No, it's vomit. What? I don't know where I was going with that. Because I assume Mary was like puking a lot. You know? They did puke in the original. To be fair, now that I think about it, that was not some new thing. Okay, so wait, I got the key for what? I got the key for 306, which is where? Oh, gotcha. Elbowing a door can't be mother. Well, now I've wasted too many shots to get the rest. Ow. Really appreciate some of those iframes. Down the hatch. In we go. It's behind me. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh dodge! Oh! His heartbeat's beating like crazy. Like on the controller, I feel it. It would be really funny if I walked into the goop and died. And we're out again. Rough. Does being legitimately out of health items and not doing it, and obviously not being able to do anything about it, does that affect the leave ending? Does that tread you towards in water? I wonder. Does the game have like a grace of like, okay, you literally don't have any. You're not making a choice. You know? You would think. Oh my. That's actually really good, how she just stumbles off right away. Oh, that's not what I... Well, okay. Yeah, this game at its regular pace, I cannot imagine, like, being anything less than utterly thrilling. Like, every minute of this is, like, very satisfying just on an inventory management level. Where's that bitch hiding? Got 2 bullets with your name on it. Okay, they might actually not have your name on it, but they're about to. Oh my god, really? Back up. No! Oh! Oh! Bitch was not dead! Bitch was not dead! Not dead! Very dead now. Wrong one, but good effort. I'll take this. Oh, he's not doing well. He's not doing. Okay. That was a lot, actually. I'll take that, thank you. May need to be a little more reliant on these firearms now. Oh, it happened again. The other controller. That was a lot of bullets I just used, but I'm okay. They're not. Where's my health state? Oh, you're not good. Got it. Oh, I didn't open this up before. Back to the 307 radio, I guess. Oh god. Oh! Oh no! Oh. Do I dare destroy my street cred and use the chainsaw on this playthrough that I do in fact want to make progress on? It's not like it'll matter. I'll be coming back to do a real one at some point. I think if anything, my next run should be the no radio run. You know? Like, though at that point, like, I feel like then I'm talking about doing, like, Silent Hill 2 for Extra Life 1 year with, like, with, like, no guns. But then I feel like I'm not then talking about, now I do Silent Hill 2 on hard difficulty with no guns and the radio off. And that is just, that is sadism right there, and I like the sound of it. That sounds like a good charity thing. I'll hurt myself that day. That was almost cool. Sorry, not cool. That was almost slick. Maybe. No, it wasn't. Oh, right. It's the valve in the next room. Yeah. Turn! Turn! He's not doing well right now, one could say. Not primo. Hello there. Alright. I think my tongue's actually a little burned from earlier. Okay. Now what? Oh, right, back to the clock. He's not doing great, ladies and gents. He's not doing great. Hey! The H door. The scariest of all doors. Damn, I'm a little afraid of the Pyramid Head fight, actually, which is, it's awesome, to be honest. What a situation to save him. Like, genuinely. Okay. Wait, hold on. I forget what this is for. No, wait. Isn't this also something for the original? I don't remember. They don't put a glimpse on it, so I don't remember. There's only so many options. Now what? H. And he just knows that the H door will now comply. This is bizarrely well lit in a way I forgot even happened in this part of the game. I feel like it must not last. Oh wow, that's a really good detail. The sound is distorted because his heartbeat is overpowering everything. Like it, yeah, that's neat. Because he's like he's barely holding on. That's really good, actually. I don't just need a health drink. I need a fucking syringe. I need the mystery. I need the mysterious brown liquid. Straight to this, huh? All right. Appreciate how his arm is like fully submerged and covered in poopy after this. And he's doing that. I hate to make you think about something horrific and disgusting right now, but I'm currently in the lowest health state that James can be in, which means he is covered in open cuts. Arguably, he would be that way whether he was or not, but like, look at him. He's literally nothing but open sores. And yes, I did intentionally hold his hand in there extra long, so you'd have to think about it. And now his arm's all poopy. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Oh, hi. I really appreciate that this version of this game. Oh, sorry, I don't even have the flashlight on. You can't see shit. I'm really happy to now be playing a version of this game where like a feeling of genuine desperation is overcoming me in a way that I never really got in the original run on normal. That I understand why that would probably be the intended difficulty state, but man, this feels like this is oppressive in a great way. Also, in most games, I do prefer... So that whisper fucked me up when we did it in the main game. But you know what I actually forgot? You might recall, in my original run, I mentioned that before we started that run, I went ahead and watched all the cutscenes from the original. But I didn't watch the gameplay stuff. Right, I skimmed that because I'm like, I've seen it a bunch of times. Clearly not in a long enough time, because that whisper, that or whatever the fuck that's. Honestly, I might not even. The earbuds don't always even read me as audible when I'm that quiet, so that might not even be picked up. That sound, although admittedly it's supposed to trigger in this kitchen, but I kind of walked back out of the room. That sound is a literal soundbite from the original. Like that is an exact sound clip from the original game. And like they didn't change it. They didn't do like a hey, someone at Bluebird get on the microphone and make like an approximation of it. Then like that's the original soundbite. So that's not just faithful, like they kept it, right? And that's just a thing that happens when you walk into one of these rooms into original. And yet another thing of like, wow, I would, if they had foregone that or forgotten it was there at all, I wouldn't have even really been upset, and I don't think many people would have been either. Except for that one guy who'd be on Twitter like, they took out the... That guy's like, the what? Sorry? They took out the what, sir? They took out the... The what? They took out what? Oh, that's really good. I don't know. Now I understand why they do that there. You can't see it. That's really good. You can't see the figure in that unless your flashlight's off. So they shutter your flashlight off. That's really cool. I might not have even noticed it the first time. By the way. Okay. That's really good. But like, genuinely, I genuinely feel like I wouldn't have minded if they dropped that. Not even dropped it, just like didn't even think about it. But clearly, I bet there was one guy on the team that's like, that shit. It's not forgotten. I don't know why I bothered to line that shit up like it's, you know, like it's a headshot. Like headshots matter. By the way, I love that headshots don't matter. Although one of the enemies is a pair of legs. Copy pasted twice, so that's probably for the best. Figure out which area is the head, bitch. The crotch? Which one? You don't know. We at Silent Hill 2 HD Remake strongly encourage you to shoot the crotch region. We do not, actually. Please don't do that. I still think it's really neat that they have that. Well, that's a neat detail. The hand up top there. Or it's not quite a hand, but it's like someone scraped their hand roughly across the TV as they were getting up. That's a really good detail. In the same way that if someone stood up near an old TV, like say, even if they were sitting in this chair, although, let's be real here, if you're sitting in this chair, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, you know? But yeah. Yeah. I really think that's just a fun little detail, you know? What are we doing here? Sorry, just checking something real quick. You saw H on door. Okay. Oh, right. You do have to combine it with something. I'm around the edges. I'm around the... Oh! And I... Oh! A marginal state increase. Marginal. Oh my god. Okay. We're actually getting into complicated situations. Hello there. Why hello there? That health state, to be fair, is like pretty much back down to exactly where I was. Oh my god. Combine it with a mold piece from Resident Evil 7. Capcom's putting out physical versions of RE 2, 3, and 7, and I'm like, god damn it. After all this time, now I gotta figure that out. Because, like, shit, man. I guess I could sell my existing ones. But actually, quickly check on Amazon to look at that. Because, yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. In fact, I do, in fact, see all three of these. This sucks, man. These are $50 each, technically, with the tax. Oof. I could sell some. I could sell my existing ones for like $20 a pop. Then I'll help at least a little, you know. Those are good games, man. That shit matters to me to replace those. Maybe I could sell some of them to some people downstairs. I don't know. Not everybody on this downstairs will bite, but there's a few people that might. What am I doing? I already know what I'm supposed to do. And sure, those things will probably come down. Listen, the problem is they're 40 Canadian, which means they end up as 50, which means it's 150 for all three. It's like, ah. At the same time, that is three fantastic games in their highest spec versions that I was actively upset I couldn't get physically. So it's like, yeah. They're really good games, okay? Even 3. I actually like 3, RE3 Remake, a lot more than most people do. A lot more. I think that game's really, really good. As long as you're willing to play the other difficulties, like I am. Wait. Oh, wait, I have the minute hand. Wait. Okay, 1 second. Ah, fuck. Where? How do I actually get out? H on door. How do I get down? Oh, wait, I think that works. Hold on. Okay. Let's go here. No, it doesn't, because you can't even get it. Shit. No, you can't get down unless you find that door key. Oh, I see. Right. Perfectly balanced. Ah, right. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot that there was more to that. Now, this is tricky because there's a glimpse in this room. And I need to be very careful that I spot it without jumping down. Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Let me grab my tablet. Let's see what exactly I'm looking at wrong here. Oh yeah, wait. Let me just finish putting RE2 on pre-order. Actually, oh, sorry, no, they're 45 each. That's a little more manageable. Also, if they ever go on sale pre-release, then I just win, you know? Not like there's much coming out in the next few months. And again, I can sell my existing copies. $20 a pop, I think would be fine. I'm sure there'd be people that would be into that, you know. There, as long as I got RE2 on there, I'll be able to remember to do 3 and 5, 3 and 7 later. Now, anyways, back to what I was actually looking for, which is how does the glimpse work? Oh, the glimpse is not the hole; it's below. Okay, my mistake. Actually, something around here. It's this, which is one of the old puzzles. I almost said RE2 from Silent Hill 2. So utterly impressed that they managed to capture the essence of a game that feels like literally impossible to do that on. I really hope it comes across that the primary reason, well, okay, maybe not the primary reason. Look, Bloober was not a trustworthy team in my eyes. They proved me wrong. They showed everybody that they grew, and I'm really happy about that because now that means I have another studio in the world that I'm happy to see do things, right? Hell, I'm gonna try that game they announced after this came out. They announced like a sci-fi thing that they said was inspired by Netflix's Dark, which I was like, okay, yeah, that's a pretty fucking good source of inspiration. Um, yeah, I'll totally give that thing a shot. Also, it's like a proper survival horror thing, like this, but like a sci-fi thing. And like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Now we'll probably do that live. We'll see what it looks like when they want to do another original thing after this. Like, yeah, I'm super down for that. If it's great, sick. But like, I had a good enough reason to be suspicious, but even if I didn't have reason to be suspicious of this specific team, I had reason to be suspicious of like the whole project because it's Silent Hill 2. It's the most easy to fuck up thing in the universe as a remake. And I can't believe they figured it out. I'm still not even really sure how, but they did it. They did it, and it's great. And like, I can't even playing it now. I'm just like, it feels like a dream. Let alone the idea that I have a version of this game I can play again at all, but I have a version of this game that I can play that plays like things that I like as well. That actively makes me feel like it got what it needed to get. Hey there, girl. I'm gonna pause on a specific frame.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
But by the way, I don't know if it really popped or sparked off during the playthrough that I did last time or after it, but all you fucking weirdos that got all like, Angela's not hot enough, like literally, are you actually for, I, there are fewer fictional characters there are few fictional characters you could say that about that would make me go, that would make me think to myself, no, I would punch you in the nose right now, and I would never even. I would punch you in the nose, and I would sleep like a baby that night. Like, I, you don't deserve that nose. Like, holy shit. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if your take on this shit was the sexual assault survivor isn't hot enough, I have the right to chemically castrate you at this point. Melt it right off. You don't. You are beyond saving. Holy shit.
Angela.
Angela.
I think I might have just missed the shot. No, I didn't. I didn't.
Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me.
In case the lighting isn't good enough for you to tell when I pause, or it does also get slightly fuzzier when I pause, I'll say it in advance. If you look at her fingernails, they're chewed to shit for obvious reasons. But I'm gonna say it in advance so you can look at them this time.
We're all the same.
I'm not
Great
like you.
details.
Are you afraid?
There you go. You can see if you look.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
So all you know is that she lived in this town?
Also, like, she's doing this in a room that's on fire right now, remember?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
She's like, oh yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Hell no, girl. Not even a little. Come back in like a few hours, though.
Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know why I think she's here.
We will probably stop after the Pyramid Head fight, for the record.
She died 3 years ago.
Which is pretty soon at this point.
She's dead?
Oh, don't worry, I'm not crazy.
She's like, are you fucking stupid?
At least I don't think so.
We have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I just
Man, it's
slow you
screen
down.
tearing like crazy right now. I don't remember that.
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
Of course, you could argue that's accurate to the original game.
I'm not sure what I might do.
Damn, they even maintained the screen tearing.
No! I'm sorry!
And to be fair, original SH2, I don't know if it's screen teared necessarily any more than any other PS2 game would. Which is to say, a lot. Yeah, like everybody that took that shot of her face scrunching up, like, what the fuck's wrong with it? I want to stuff you in a locker. Like, you fucking nerds. You absolute loser. Like, the fucking people that, why is this one frame of animation weird? I don't know, because you paused it mid-animation, you fucking idiot! What the fuck do you think? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, if you pause a whole movie at a frame that it's where people aren't standing still, guess what? They look like fucking mutants. That's how fucking physics work, you dumb shit. Oh, God. Oh, God, that turn. Man, for as prominent as that quick turn button is, I really wish I remembered it more often. It would probably help. You'd think as someone that's been playing survival horror games with quick turns, to be honest, I don't think I ever really used quick turns in these games. Even back in RE4 when it was new, like I barely used it. RE4, no. I think RE4 might have been the example, but it was mainly because of the tank controls. Like, I don't need to do a quick turn like this. I can just turn, you know? Hey, you know what I just realized? I did get the, okay, yeah, I did get the next, I did get the last, God damn it, brain. I got the last fucking, I'm mixing the two up. Not the photos, the memories. We'll just call them the memories. It's not a fucking complicated word, god damn it. Really not. Hello. That we are going into the PH fight with nothing, by the way. No health items, none whatsoever. Wait, no, we're not going in there yet. We haven't even done the butterfly room yet. Oh yeah? Well, that was... Huh. By the way, I'm not necessarily committing to getting that far, you know? Like, I'm just gonna go as far as I feel is necessary. But, you know. Hey, please give me a syringe. Thank you. Yeah, like, if anything, the amount of time that you spend at low health should get immediately negated the minute you pick up a health item, and then the timer should start, you know? I don't know how it works. I'm not even... It might actually work like that. I literally don't know. Damn, that might make the leave ending, like, maybe not impossible. Ah! God damn! Oh! Motherfucker. And now I'm back to half already. Jesus Christ. Oh, really? They don't let you look at this one yet, huh? Even though it's oh so clearly the correct spot, huh? And then as I'm trying to look at it, it decides to throw me another ad. Thanks. Thanks, YouTube. I love that. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just block these ads somehow? Not on my tablet, though. Okay. Well, that is where I gotta put the clock, isn't it? But is there anything else around here I can get into now? No, not really. Okay, so there we go. So the next one, the next strange photo is, it is after getting the second hand in apartment 212. Oh, okay. Oh, like literally right in it. Wait, it should be in there. Oh. I see. You actually need to do the clock. Next thing. Gotcha. Huh. The second hand key. Oh, okay, I understand. Ah! Fuck. Okay. Oh, it's butterfly time. Or moth time. Oh yeah, this is definitely a puzzle that'll get remixed. I definitely need to take my right stick out and like dust it or whatever. Why, hello there. Apparently, there was a bug in the game at launch where James would like rapid teleport between the front and back, the other side of a people. At times he wasn't supposed to. Like he'd look through one and then he'd be on the other end. He'd be on the other end. I don't think that ever happened to me, but that's funny. He's just a little nervous. He's teleporting around, you know. We got yeah, this one's definitely gonna change. Okay, so yikes. So we have a lot more now this time. Wow, okay, interesting. Well, one of them's missing a wing. Interesting. Some of them are missing wings. Oh, good. So, I see. So we have one skull. All right, let's get our singular numbers right first before we start leading them all together. So we got one. Although wait, no, I can actually hear through here now, can't I? So now we have one. I see. Not that one. Two skulls. Is there a third somewhere? Might just be two. So two. Okay. Then we have four, six, eight. Okay, so moons are eight. Moons are eight. The eyes are two. Is that correct? This is two. Then the skulls are two. Okay. That's three. That's four, five. Five. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So we have two, we have eight, and five. So we have moon, which is eight, plus skull, which is two, minus. No, wait. Wait, hold on. No, I is two. Okay, so then that would be the skull, so it's five. So, eight plus five plus two. That doesn't make any sense. Plus two minus five. What? No, that's skull. Is a skull representative of two? No, that's also wrong. Is a skull actually four because there's two eyes? What? Doesn't make any sense. No, eight plus two. No, okay, no, that's two. It has to be. Somehow it has to be. So that's two minus five. So five. Okay, understood. Okay, then five times two. Two minus eight, which is two. Then two plus eight. What the fuck is that? That's like a. What is that? That's not a plus. What is that? I just decided to press every button. I just decided to press them all. I couldn't read that. It looked like algebra. No, it didn't look like algebra. It looked like fucking... I couldn't read it. I could not make out that symbol. Thank you, second hand. That don't sound good. PH is angry. Can I? No, I cannot yet. Again, having the original room where PH is fought in the original is really, really good. Oh, fuck that. Hey. How the time flies. 11. Now, this time here, which is 9. It's you know, yeah, there'd be 9, 10, around 15 seconds into the minute. This is actually a consistent time. This is on every clock in the game. If you didn't notice, this is the time on every clock in the game. That is probably the time down to the exact second that Mary died. Why else would that be the time on every clock that James sees? Why else? There's no other reason. Here, real quick, let me just see. Glimpse of the past, number 8. Yeah, it's on the way to the stairwell. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. Man, that fucking... I don't know if you've even noticed, but there have been a lot of camera jerks. That is the stick. And I'm definitely going to need to do something about that. Have I gotten everything in this zone at this point? Pretty sure, right? Yeah. Because most of this area isn't accessible, so... Alright, PH, I'm coming for you. That'll probably be it for me for the night. Well, after I get a save point after that, anyway. I would say, Pyramid Head, that I'm going to punch you in the nose, but it probably wouldn't go well for me. Like, it probably would go really poorly for me, actually. One quick second. Just want to... I just realized he's fucking walking to a wall right now. I had to check something in the PSN menu. The piston. Okay, what? Okay, I got it. No, wait. No, I don't. Hold on. What? How the fuck? Okay, got it. Gotcha. There we go. Once again, yeah, where the Pyramid Head fight happens in the original. Okay. I actually don't know the significance of the music notes. They probably do have some. Most assuredly do have some, but I don't know. Why, hello there. He's so glistening. Now, you notice that he has a big, oh, Jesus. Man, I can't, this is tricky. I do want to hit him with it, with the chainsaw, for the sake of like, haha, it's funny, but like, I also want to do the fight. And I don't know how much health that's going to take off, and the last save wasn't super close. Well, I guess it kind of was, but... Sorry, guys. Ow. Oh my. Oh! Why, hello there. I'll take that. Oh boy. So, you notice something that he's doing at this point? He's kind of doing this thing where he went up and slaps me. Right? And I remember laughing at that the first time, but now I think there's significance to it, to be honest. Oh! Oh, hi! Land grabs. Yeah. See, funny thing is, that didn't showcase it well at all. But something I think is really interesting about that fight, in most circumstances, I wonder if they turn him up on harder. They must. But, in most circumstances, towards the 80% mark of that fight, he doesn't really fight as hard. He kind of just slaps you around. Almost like he's tired of this. Like he's done with it. And I think there may be an element of Pyramid Head has also been doing this for so long that he is also kind of over it with James. Like he's fed up too. He would also like to just get on with his day. He's fucking over it, you know? All right, well, it may only be midnight, but I'm okay with that. I say as I quickly double check to make sure I didn't just miss anything up there. No, the next strange photo is after we meet Marie, so we're good. Maybe for the sake of it, though, because I didn't actually save just there, I will make a third. Just to be sure. But hey, that's a good 5-hour stream, although it says 7.5, which is interesting. But hey, I think that's pretty good. No health items. Very few bullets. Hard mode is awesome and very satisfying. And it makes me feel like they did a good job. And also, man, it makes me wish that Dead Space Remake had a mode that was this hard, because I kind of think the hard mode on that game is not pushing you nearly hard enough. But whatever. James is fucked up right now. And that'll be it for me tonight. That's okay. Oh, I guess I'll mention that tomorrow I will either be starting early or rather late because of some earlier aforementioned issues with a certain dog that if they decide to clear up, I will be busy for the majority of the day tomorrow. If not, then, you know, then yeah. Then we'll if that doesn't happen, then I'll be here earlier. Sorry, I got distracted by an image, a meme that it's James. Of course, it's relevant, right? It's James. Like, I'm looking for my dead wife, and Angela, I'm not crazy, and Angela's looking at him like, what's on your arm? And it's like covered in poop. He just looks at his arm. He looks back and goes, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Arm just up to his elbow, smeared in feces. Oh man. I made the worst version of that scene earlier, like peak low health, covered in cuts and scrapes, just every bad sensation you could have. Oh man. I'm so happy. I cannot believe this game is what it is, that it exists. I'm just gonna end up fucking just hyper praising in a minute. So let's get our asses out of here. Yeah. Off I go. Bye bye.